Yeah. Oh, are you talking about that YouTube thing? I have to schedule a stream to set it up, and it just does it 5 minutes from now. You know it's around noon. What up, Elias? That's right. We're about to be having a real good day. End game theater troupe, huh? What up, Eldendale? I'm doing great, Natty. How's it going? Yesterday was super busy. What up, Bork? We were playing some Fellowship yesterday because they had the new healer. We got to test that out. So I will have a guide out for it on launch for any Fellowship enjoyers. And then I was on the Bench podcast last night, and they just posted it up this morning. We got to talk about a lot of healing stuff. Let me find the link to that. Where is it? Healer discussion on the bench. Yo, Ming, thanks so much for the new sub. There we go. Pin that up at the top. Hey, Davidi. Let's start those up. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of build cooking today on Priest. That's going to be the game plan. I got to sit down and talk to Clandon of the Priest Discord. And let's sign up for this. This should be fun. I got to talk to Clandon about some Priest builds. And so this is apparently our best option. Apparently, it's our best option. So we're going to see how this is going to go. Hi, Brendan. What about Amuki? I don't know if we get tuning today. I feel like we get tuning tomorrow. But I don't remember. Did they even say in that blue post? Did they even say in that blue post about when it was supposed to hit? How's damage? Healer damage still bad. I'm doing great, Josh. Busy, but there's been a lot of, it's like one of those like moments where there's a lot to do, a lot you want to do. Yeah, no wheel and woe, I know. It's weird. But it's like a big talent investment to get to borrowed time and then go wheel and woe. Yeah, apparently it is today. We scheduled weekly maintenance. Huh. Yeah, I mean, if they say it's today, right? If they say it's today, I believe them. That's right, there aren't enough hours. But it's also fun. Yesterday I got to play Fellowship, got to make a video about it. We'll post that when the new season starts. I'll probably play a bit of that on Thursday, maybe over the weekend, we'll see. We'll see. And then, we got to go on the bench and talk to Tettles and growl about healing stuff. That's right, getting the steps in. Upper body day today. Grinding some dungeons. Testing out some Disc Priest builds. And then I think I'm going to work on some dungeon notes. Because I am halfway, maybe a little over halfway, I think, through my dungeon guides. And I got to write a couple more notes. Let me make a new folder for this too. So I have notes for Zenith, for Pit, for Seat, for Windrunner. Let's see. Don't release! Words of wisdom there. Thank you for the 2 months, dude. I thought I had more done. Let me see. Zenith, Seat. Oh, yeah. Zenith, Seat, Windrunner. I have notes for Pit. Got it. So I need to make notes for Alcathar Academy. Alcathar, Mizara, Magister's Terrace, and Skyreach. Okay. No, I gotta hunt down Volk. Every time I ask him, he's busy. I want to do a video with Volk about trinkets and stuff. Yeah. Don't stand in shit, basically. Yeah, I might skip the Alcathar video. We'll see. I haven't actually touched any of the Prey stuff, no. I haven't touched any of it. So I do think that Voidweaver is going to be quite good, actually, after the, I actually do think Voidweaver is going to be pretty good. I am really, really eager to try that out. Not sure how big this is supposed to be, but I will see. I know if this Papa John's thing that pops up every once in a while in the top right obscures anything. I don't know when it's supposed to activate, though. But yeah, the damage buffs are not in yet. Damage buffs are not in yet. They haven't implemented those paladin changes. And I have a feeling that they're going to revert some of those paladin changes. We'll see, though. Yeah. Whatever's best, Thump. Whatever's best. Yeah, that was the weird thing to me, Bo, is they're talking about it like it's going to get put into the live game. But then there are beta changes, which usually go in on Wednesdays. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think that they realized that they would be changing the core Paladin gameplay. That's my thought. To me, it seems like they don't realize that they're changing the core Paladin gameplay. Even though they are. So that's what makes me believe. I'm like, I wonder if they're just going to revert some of this stuff. Or make the nerf slightly less. So that it keeps on encouraging people to run Imperial Legacy, you know? Yeah, I don't think that they fully understand what they're doing to Paladin when they make those changes. So we'll see. We'll see.
5, 4, 3.
Class profession buffs?
1.
Not that I haven't really looked into professions at all, to be honest. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know what you bring for your priest raid buff if Shadow's bad.
3.
I guess it'd be disc.
1.
I guess. All right. We're about midnight. We're close and nobody seems excited. I feel like everybody likes to play it off. Like sometimes it's almost just cool not to be excited about WoW. And when the expansion comes in, everyone's like, oh man, this is gonna slap. You know, it's like in our culture, there's like like, oh, you wanna be like nonchalant about stuff, you know? That's kind of how it feels to me. That's at least my impression. We'll see. You know, I'm excited about it. I'm excited for what's coming. I think healing is going to be way, way better for everybody, to be honest. So I'm playing this new build where you are basically just defensive penancing all the time. And we're gonna see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, that new healer yak is busted, dude. It's really, really strong. Yep. I have a feeling we're gonna go back to a Void Weaver meta, yeah. That seems to be my impression. So. Oli wants to use prayer mending a lot, yeah. I mean, when you play as Archon, it's not like a massive priority, though. Because it doesn't do a ton of healing. But it certainly still has value. I think after the buffs, that Void Weaver is going to be the better option, but they haven't hit yet, so I wanted to try out this build, which gets like almost no changes. And then we'll get a little bit better idea of what's going down. So, Prayer of Mending doesn't cost much mana at all. No, it's like almost nothing. So. Is that rage baiting LA? No, I mean, all my videos I've said that Paladin's a good healer. And I earnestly believe that. People are just eager for, like, drama and eager for some kind of conflict. Yeah, you're with Atonement being as bad as it is midnight, it's a lot of defensive penance. Your Shadow or Death actually hits decently hard now, and you are trying to like bait and proc Shadow Fiends, so you can hit damaging penances obviously when everyone's like full HP or almost full HP, but you got to do like real levels of healing. Yeah, you're gonna want to use it defensively.
Champions, over here.
Man, this is always the worst. I'm still getting ticked down and I have nothing to hit.
The shadow god.
Changes not live yet on beta. Not yet.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a
Will be better in raids. I think this is still slightly better because you can still like put together big healing with even if you're using penances defensively, it still produces really good healing because you're still having like the twin sight bolts and stuff, and you're still having your Shadow Fiends, and that's a really big point, is that you're using your Shadow Fiends to further help like amplify your healing. Midnight, thanks so much for the new sub, dude. Wait, oh, our server's up already? And the class tuning's up there? That's fun. Yep. WAGO's not opening up in game. Make sure that you've installed it in the right version of WoW. Could be that you've installed it in like a PTR or something like that, instead of installing it on the retail setup. So, nope, I'm using Dander's frames. It's a lot of damage here. I gotta start sniping and searching for more Shadow or Deaths.
We will not be pushed out.
That's what I really gotta do.
More forces from the void to deal with these.
That's what I really gotta do. Yeah, I mean, every day we're getting closer to, you know, Cell returning, you'd think. We're almost there. I didn't see any updates hit beta yet. Not that I saw. Also, I'm not running dot spread talents in this setup. It's really annoying because your dots are actually powerful. But it's like I'm not investing in any of it. So, disc has been kind of falling off lately. We're trying a new build and we're going to see how it feels. See if it changes my opinions on it. I don't think that Danders really cares that people go to sell, to be honest. Yeah, it is like pet build type stuff. So, this is my like first dungeon with it. We'll see. We'll see. Lots of penance. I don't remember if I have to have the target. I guess I don't have to have him in execute, so I guess I'll probably try to use it like in the opener then. I just haven't been actually like seeing the Shadow Fiend pop up, so I've just been like unsure, you know? I don't know what happened to him. I have lots of pets doing damage, though. Yeah, it feels like they're almost just going the wrong direction with this now. Because now it's going to be... boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. We somehow pulled... just the Shadewing. That was weird. Yeah, look at the Dark Fang. The Dark Fang's lower than everything else. Or sorry, Shadewing's higher than everything else. Nice Valentine's Day tree, thanks. It is pretty cool, I agree. This is a big struggle. Yep. Well, you nerf it 4 times in a row. It's bound to happen. What can you do? Nerf it again, I guess. So what happens to Shadewing? Yeah, what happens to Shadewing? I guess he still fights. Yeah, I guess he still plays the game. Huh. Meg said from the Monk Discord, Jake, it was a like 2% AT buff. Yeah. That's what she had told me.
I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care
Shadewing has so much health. It has so much health, dude. Dude, I know. Shaw got a job, man. I can't be playing WoW at, what is it? 12:30 in the afternoon on a weekday. Sucks. There's a new cooking recipe. We're taking expiation, which I'm excited about. But we're not taking dot spread, so you're manually spreading around your dots. But you're taking all the dot synergizing talents. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. Disc shouldn't go that much in raids. You kind of use your mana, excess mana on powered shields. If you cast it on cooldown, might be more willing to but you don't really need to be casting it on cooldown that way. Yeah, how you been, Noctil? Whatever's better, I guess, Big. I guess. This went from being, like, insane in all the content to be just getting, like, forever nerfed. Took some of the wind out of my sails, that's for sure. This Wait for Midnight's exhausting. I feel that, dude. What a battle dazzler. This is the first time I've ever seen it happen, but yeah, Shadewing just decided to spawn late on the boss fight and not die with the rest. So, I don't know. We'll test out Voidweaver when the changes come in, but I think that Voidweaver will probably be a better option than Oracle. After how much they've been nerfing Oracle. No idea, Marina. Whenever Blizzard's up for it, I guess. Okay, so this should be like pretty OP to be able to have an execute target constantly to be able to hit. Should make healing this pull really easy. Unless people are hitting orbs. Double Arcane means double time warps? Nah, double Arcane means double the healing for me. Take care of these little squishy dudes. Super squishy dudes. Alright. And, you know, dealing with that stuff, of course. We'll see after the Voidweaver buffs come in, but I think that Holy is doing better healing. But hey, maybe the Voidweaver stuff will feel really good. It's a possibility. You're using Penance defensively now. Yeah, that's like the playstyle. And whenever you need to do like real healing, you gotta use it defensively. That's right, Disc is a penance machine. Yeah, you can see we are hitting defensive penance over and over and over again. And I got a little Shadow Fiend to help. This part's the worst for sure because you're just having to heal everybody without using any defensives. So, yep, Carl, we got so many guides planned. We're gonna have all kinds of guides. Hopefully more than we've ever had before. Oh, the way Blizzard's designing things, Costa, it seems like that's what they want. I shadow melded right there to get this pressure off. Oh, now he hits the defensives after I paints up. Goes there, Vita. Thank you for the 34 months. Ooh, I kind of wasted that, actually. It's okay. And lots of pet value. Lots of pet value. So I'm going to get everything back for the Mass Void Infusion in a sec. I think I can actually send it. It's a really weird PI, but if you think about it, I'm going to get it for the damage amp on the final boss. So it should be fine. There's all kinds of RP and stuff.
I sense great
Someone said
think-
there would be donuts in here.
Ooh. Go for some right now. Especially those Entman ones. Colby, thank you for the 63 months, man. That'd be fire.
Valeria, the skills you have learned can open
Imperial Legacy somehow didn't get changed. Ooh, a sign of things to come.
chaos.
Yeah, I think that they're going to back down. Also, hey, we got a golden Capitrain. Garthok, thanks for the 32 months. Appreciate that.
falls into void this way. The few cases I know
I think this is going to be quite a bit weaker in raids after all these nerfs.
what
Yeah.
fascinating implications. Such musings can wait though.
I had a prime available.
Oh, let's go, Sang. Thank you for the 14 months, dude. Leveling up the hype train. Yeah. Void Shield does crank HPS. I'll show you the breakdown after this, though. I'll show you the breakdown. Because not much is coming from casting the Smite. Not much. Also, not starting this fight with uppies kind of blows. It's okay. Here's our chance. Did we hit everything? No, we missed one. There we go. Whoa! Health is just getting destroyed right now. Got my powered up execute. 2, 1. Not bad. That was a really good burn. That was a really good burn. I have a lot of Shadow Fiend out. Insane amount of Shadow Fiends out, actually.
Our agreement
Nice.
stands. How did a being
Nice.
of light become a creature of shadow?
So Toman is only 32% of my healing here.
Transformation.
And defensive penance is almost 20%. It's kind of insane.
The fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
Yeah.
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices to make,
Make sure you have my edit mode, Garthok.
to face.
I saw a couple people importing my stuff and they had like the bars in the middle there. But yeah, make sure you have my edit mode from the profile installer. Yeah. Buffs haven't hit yet. So, I do indeed have a Holy Priest and Monk video, Ash. I do indeed. I think if I had uppies, I'd be in a much better spot off the rip. Need heal, give up. That's great. I do use Dander's frames. Use Dander's frames. Hey, Donara. Changes aren't in yet. I haven't tried Harx yet. Yep. I think Prez is gonna struggle still, Magus and Keys. Gonna be good in raid though. Yo, you best, Ramos. Just live, Tim. Just live. You know, you got your angel form in case you do go splat. Could I bribe Blizz with chicken nuggets to stop smacking disc? If I knew, I would bribe him with more than that. Let me tell you. I would try to bribe him with more than that. Oh, that owns Ira. Yeah, with the action bars and stuff in my edit mode, I have all mine down here. So I would just make sure you have my edit mode and everything when you install it. Otherwise, just drag it down. Should be fine. Should be fine. Thank you, Weiju. Appreciate it, man. How's this feeling? A little weird now. A little weird. Let me start running logs. Let me start running logs. You're using a ton of defensive penance now. Defensive penance? There we go. There we go. We're just expecting them to ruin classes? Blizzard? Never. No, they would never do that. Come on. Yeah, I'm doing this like defensive, like very, very defensive penance setup. Oh, you guys see that too, don't you? There we go. What do they want to do? Mazara.
Have a good one. Fatality.
Boomy and Betis is the spot they want me to fill would be Arrested Druid Boomy. Oof. Oh, what I've seen from Boomy. What I've seen from Boomy. Hopefully you don't have to play it. That would be rough. That would be pretty rough. But yeah, I did 20k. I mean, you're doing a ton of damage out of your Shadow Word Pain, but I'm also not able to get the dot spread because I'm using mostly defensive penance. So it's a little irritating there. It's a little irritating. I don't know if it actually shows my pet damage. It shows the auto attacks, I guess. Inescapable Torment also does a ton of damage too. Yeah. That's the nice thing is like Inescapable Torment's doing like a massive amount of your damage, and that actually helps a ton of your atonement conversion. Yeah. I think Ardruid's fun. Not the most fun. Well, I'm using defensive penance all the time, PJ, instead of focusing on more of the atonement healing, the more traditional side. So I'm defensive penancing constantly anytime big damage is going out. And then a lot of my atonement healing is like a support rather than a primary way to top everybody off. It is a strange one. It is a strange one. Yeah, so I show the absorbs with a white bar. That white bar above the player frame right there. It'll be even larger when they have a void shield on them. That's what I'm using. So we'll have to see how Void Weaver Disc is going to go, because that's going to get buffed soon. And I think Void Weaver is going to be the better option. It looks like it'll be the better option on paper for keys, but we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. Because the other thing is that like Void Weaver also has a lot of weak spots. One of which is spot healing being pretty mediocre. So we'll see. We'll see. Rapture version of Disc or current Oracle? I don't want current Oracle, Josh. I want like Oracle from 2 months ago. If I could have that on the option sheet, I'm down. Yeah. Oh, Rapture from Siege of Orgrimmar. Well, that was like mana regen, right? Mana regen every like 10 seconds or whatever it was. I think you're talking about the other Rapture where it was like letting you power and shield spam. Yeah, just give us Shadow, just give us a Spirit Shell. There you go. So, yep, I'll be doing all kinds of healer guides, wink. Once Blizzard stops changing how everything plays. Once they stop changing how every single thing plays. Yeah, the mana bar in the middle is Sensei Class Resource Bar. Disc into the Void Weaver does bonus healing against targets with heal absorbs or targets below 40. They kind of do with Expiation. But that's more of like sub 25? 20? Sub 20. Yeah. Because when you're able to slam that, it does help a lot. Yep. Your atonement put absorbs on everyone with Spirit Shell, Josh. The Spirit Shell. When Cell comes around, I'll probably spend like a couple days testing it, and then I'll make a comparison video between Cell and Dander's frames. See which ones I like. Yeah, so Josh, the Spirit Shell in Siege of Orgrimmar was applied through Prayer of Healing. You would actually just hard cast Prayer of Healing as Disc Priest, and it was party based, and you would stack absorbs that way. The Spirit Shell in Castle Nathria, you would put out your atonement healing, activate Spirit Shell, and then do damage, and that would build up the shields. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Gaba. I know some people are going to be super psyched about Cell, but Cell even said, because of what Blizzard's doing with the add-ons, there's going to be limitations to it. Yep. Matt, great showing on the bench. Hope you're having a great day. Midnight Hype is settling in. Let's go, dude. Thank you for the 19 months. We're having a great day. We'll take Blaze. Should be for Resto too. Soapbox. Wait, which one is this? Which one is this? Shocks the target, apply 5 enemies. Oh, this mass applies flame shock. Dude, that'd be sick. Yeah. Sorry, you referenced the damage button. I don't play damage. Man, that's sick. I wish I had that. Yeah, why didn't Chain Harvest do that? Because didn't it work that way for every other shaman? Except for Resto? Yeah, that was so messed up, man. Never forget. Hey, they really do, Telly. They really do, man. Thanks again for the 17 months. I see the hype and expectation versus the previous ones. It does feel like the hype's a little low, but I think it kind of gets that way. It kind of seemed that way with like War Within. So, I don't know. That's right, it's priest time, hot trophy husband. I will play, I saw your message, Anthony. I will play some Holy today. Yeah. I'll squirrel around with some Oracle Holy builds. I don't think they're that good, but it's always good to kind of check back with the builds. Yeah, the pre-patch event. So silly, man. So silly. Hotfix came in, EL Nerf is live. Looks like it's time to riot. Rage, fucking rage. The Paladins will show their wrath to Blizzard. That'll show them. That'll show them. Just put this up here for now. Played Fellowship yesterday. Hyper focus now. Let's go, Frank. I think that the season's gonna be fun. I'll definitely play it on Thursday. Thursday, probably Friday. But then we'll kind of see from there. We'll see how much, you know, beta is changing or something along those lines too. We'll see. You never defensively uppies, no. So. Up is just always offensive. I think Paladin's still going to be a strong healer, but the Empyrean Legacy change basically makes their gameplay really bad. That's the issue. That's the issue. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they actually end up doing. So. Can I make a step-by-step video on the UI pack? That way we can pause it on YouTube and even PC noobs would be able to follow along. Thanks to the awesome content you're always putting out. My wife loves watching you. She's even play WoW. Let's go. Yeah, I probably should make something like that. Because there have been a couple different like little FAQs and everything along those lines.
5, 4, 3.
If you're dropping Empyrean Legacy, you're going after like all these flash heal supporting talents, and you're getting away from like judgment talents as well. Yep.
5.
Oh, that's a sick
4,
mount.
3, 2.
Dang, dude.
1.
Let's go. There it is. Yeah, the gear that we're at right now is the equivalent of like full decked out mythic gear. Very juiced. Very, very juiced up. I don't know what happened to my Shadow or Death. Oh, it's there now. It just moved. That's weird. Alright. Yeah, I'm using the Volatile Void Suffuser and the Gaze of the Alnseer trinkets. Alnseer I know is from that one boss raid. The way things are looking, from what I've seen, it does not look like there's any reason to, you know, skip a raid or anything like that. Yeah. Just paints up him here. The nameplates for mobs is Platinator. Yeah. So the tank has this debuff where they take 30% more damage. So this on top of all of the damage the Juggernaut does is probably a good time to paint up. I don't know what all the Biz trinkets are for all the healers yet. Yep. Early access is like the 26th, I think. If I remember correctly. That's right, next Thursday. I feel like it's been taking forever, and now it's coming up, and now it's coming up fast. Yep. You don't have to drink as much with the new build that I'm running for disc. You just gotta make sure you're on top of like summoning your pets, for example. That makes a very, very big impact. Because the pets are gonna regen mana for you. Yeah. So ideally you want to make sure you're just hitting your Shadow or Deaths, getting targets into execute and everything like that. That's going to do so much extra healing. I'm going to do Priest and probably Pally and Druid, but we'll see. I might change. I just have no idea what Blizzard's going to end up with when, you know, when it comes to balance, right? Partner just asked who I was watching, and I go, a man I've known since we were both in college. Let's go. Good thing they didn't find out on Valentine's Day, Telly. Hopefully we're muted. Or you guys. Who's that? Ah, you wouldn't understand. Fellowship is fun. I like that new healer. It's really, really busted. Yeah. Got main Shaman Richie. Nice. Any healers I would not recommend? If you're only an M+ main, I'd say probably not like Prez. Spec still feels like it's so much work for like not really any payoff. I think a lot of the other healers are very, very up in the air. You know, like I don't think Disc is in a great spot. I think that this build feels better than the old one, but the old one got nerfed 4 times, so that's why it didn't feel good. But also at the same time, a lot of changes can happen at the absolute last possible second, because that's literally what happened to Disc in War Within. Beginning of War Within, very, very beginning of War Within, this was actually pretty bad. And like the last possible second, like right as the season started, it got some like juicy buffs that helped it a lot. Yeah. I feel like Rest of Shaman just so boring, man. there's not enough that like keeps me interested while I'm playing it. It's for sure like the best healer if you're like a new player, never really played the game before. But for somebody who's played the game for a while, I'm like, the gameplay just doesn't feel very engaging. But that's just me. Yeah, I think it still performs well, but its performance is like fine. The gameplay ain't really doing it for me right now. Leave that guy to get into execute, and then we can start clearing out these absorbs. So I have a lot of damage that comes out of my pets, but it always kind of appears as like slight little passive heals. It's very, very odd. I don't know when beta's gonna end. It's a good question. It's a good question. Because with beta, sometimes they shut it down a week before the X-Pack drops, which is around now. But then sometimes they also leave it up. So, we'll see. Changes are not implemented yet. That's right. Maybe Blizzard just has to redesign all the healers again. Facts. Just for fun. Nah, I don't think there's any Prez hope for M+. At least not without them reworking the spec. Here, rip the dispel. I am using Dander's frames. Cell's being worked on though. Should be, you know, another week or so before it comes out. I'm hoping beta stays up for a while because then I'll be able to actually test how Cell works in like actual dungeon content, you know? I think Dander's frames is great, yeah. There's a dispel overlay option in Dander's frames, so if you ever want to change a setting, just go to the test mode. And then in the test mode, you're able to click on the name of each of the different features, and then you're able to change them around from there. Yeah, I think the problem right now is the dispel overlay. And so you'll see it in just a second if you look at my frames. See how it infects everybody and there's a 30-second timer in the top left of each frame? That's all dispellable, but you can't really tell without zooming in on that border. I heard something about it getting fixed when the expansion comes out, but I didn't get like a confirmation about it or whatever, so we'll see. But I think that's my, like, biggest issue right now. If I had to name one thing. Alright, well. Am I just straight lagging? Our Feral is lost in the sauce. Using Dander's frames for healing. Unit frames? I have unhalted unit frames. There we go.
A good kill, sure. And I rescued all that.
I think Shaman's a little bit better, proudly.
Jin, bring them
Yeah.
here.
We'll see after Void Weaver gets buffed. Because if Void Weaver gets some good buffs, we'll be fine.
Follow me.
So, buff's not in yet on beta. Oh, they're also getting lag spikes too. Okay, good. Not the only one.
Energy flowing into it.
Well, actually, no. Now they're asking if the changes did go through.
Using the souls of the dead.
What's Atoma supposed to be doing after the changes?
I hope
It might have actually been.
brought my king here.
It might have actually gone through.
Monstrosity begins. We must stop them and make sure their creation is put down.
It might have actually gone through. Should I main healers? What class and spec should I choose? You like competitive gameplay? Resto Druid. They're the big dogs right now. Yeah, playing Expiation Oracle. Man, really? Fighting around this area sucks.
Thoughts. How many of my people have died here?
There we go. Cooldown manager is better cooldown manager. Start. Oh, that was really bad. I'm pretty excited for the Fellowship season, yeah. I think it'll be fun. Probably play it for a couple days and then just get into the WoW season, you know? It'd be a nice little break. Let's see. I was about to master spell. There we go. Now we can master spell. Hey, Disc, I've been asking myself the same question. I don't know why they have the current best design for Oracle not hitting penances on enemies, but that's how it goes. Yep, it's unhalted unit frames. Yeah, the Fellowship season definitely could be timed better. Wow. What can you do? I know for a while they were thinking that like MMOs would not be their usual like player base and everything. And I'm not really sure why, but I think now they're also realizing that it is. So, what can you do? Might be one of those situations where somebody at the office was like, hey, we should probably time this better. And they're like, shut up, Johnny. We're doing it. And then Johnny points it out after the fact, and he gets fired. Just kidding, but who knows? Gladiator Retail, Fellowship Raid, Thunder Fury, Sportscaster, yeah. Tier 3. Tier 3 kill. The Fellowship run seems so easy. Well, I'm playing with Mirez and Nagura and Annie. So a lot of people who are like good at the game and have played the game a bunch before. And we also double healed it, which kind of made certain parts of it harder, in fact. But that healer is also really busted, because the healer gives everybody 50% stagger forever. I can't wait till World First. It's gonna be so much fun. Prez just needs a full rework. Your Karios IMO for M+. So I think we have more tuning in store, Darth. I think we do. We'll see. This feels like fat heals. It can if you have the setup for it. It just feels like there's a lot more work to set that healing up. Like the quality of the healing is high, but like the amount of work it is to set it up is like gross. Still casting World First. We'll see. Hopefully. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I believe our druid's been untouched. They got a bit of a nerf. Yeah. But you have a lot of different modifiers, Mickey. You've got Echo, which will replicate your healing spells, and if you want the full strength of them, you're going to want to put those up well in advance of incoming damage. You've also got your Reversion, which is having a bit of a mini Death Strike in it, and it also has, okay. And it also has a healing amplifier called Time of Need, which increases your healing on those allies, but I think it's like 10%. So being able to have all of those spells up on your allies before damage happens can make like a really big swing in the amount of healing that you do. Let's just hit this button, just to be safe. Are we gonna play Classic? Not anytime soon. Maybe if Siege of Orgrimmar comes out at a good time, maybe I'll play that. I think Pally will still perform well after the Imperium Legacy stuff, but they'll just have like a really shitty playstyle. That's what I'm worried about. So many mob guilds are quitting after Throne. Is there like a big long wait or something until Siege of Orgrimmar or what? Long wave, bad bugs, out of touch changes, no comms. Ah.
There will be many angry
Toiling over the decision to play Monk.
keep them
A
from
non-Hall of Fame CE Raider, 32.2 IO. Think Monk will be in a good spot to bring you to that level of content? Yeah, 100%. I think you'll have a lot of fun doing it too. 100%. Yeah, I feel like Farrell's been on the struggle bus for a bit though. I've never seen Farrell succeeding in keys on beta, unfortunately. Let's get a 3-stacker. There it is. Yeah, I'm just going for a little walk, Miz. If the changes have gone through, then I'll do Void Weaver. Yeah. What do you mean by the Pally playstyle suck? I think that's kind of clear. I mean that you're not going to be using Judgment, you're just going to be casting Flash. And most of your gameplay is going to revolve around hitting Shock, Holy Light, and Flash. And that's going to be kind of boring. Not having any reason. Like, I don't want Judgment to be strong. And I talked about it on the bench today. It's like, I don't want Judgment and all those passive heals out of Judgment to be super strong or anything, but there needs to be a reason to cast Judgment, and having it set up your other healing is a good thing. The downside is that, like, I think they just found the wrong thing to nerf about Paladins, to be honest. Main and Priest. Roof is leaking. Better get it plugged. Sorry to hear it, man. Hair roofs are expensive. Yeah, I mean, I think they just nerfed the wrong thing with Paladin. Rip. Well, Judgment has a lot of support. It has, you know, Truth Prevails. It has Greater Judgment. It's got Awakening. I mean, Veneration if you really wanted to run it. But probably not running it. There's like a number of different things that interact with Judgment. But if you make Judgment's raw healing itself way too powerful, then you're just gonna make your spenders feel, you know, weak by comparison. So they gotta find kind of a sweet spot. Cell is still coming. I'm using Dander's frames right now, though. So I just walk like a mile or two, or 1.2 miles an hour. And that's plenty quick for me. Keep on getting my steps in and stuff. I did see Harek's new add-on, yeah. Yeah, I've always seen Farrell struggling a lot in beta and plus lately. Priest was playing at midnight? I hope so. I hope these buffs to Void Weaver, whenever they hit, will make the spec a lot better. We shall see, though. Yeah, let me see what the
Creature dead and the vile branch gone.
let me see what the numbers are supposed to be for Disc Atonement.
For now. You will
Atonement is supposed to heal for 35% of damage done now instead of 45.
the chief be having a reward for you.
So it doesn't look like it's in yet. Doesn't look like it. I'll try to get like 10k steps a day in. Around that. It's my main if progress disc and holy stays like this. If Paladin got its like good gameplay back, I might advocate for myself to play Paladin on prog. They'd probably let me. I don't really have much interest in playing Preservation in Raid. I don't really, if I'm honest. I'm just trying to think about like what I would actually like enjoy playing. Because usually our guild is really good about like, you know, you play what you like, long as you get some variety or something, you'll be fine. I mean, I like how Priest, I like the way you push the buttons on Priest, right? Both Holy and for Disc. But if it's not strong enough, then, you know, I don't want to be an anchor to my team. I want them to bring back Empyrean Legacy, but make sure it's not so stupid insane that it's kind of railing everybody. And that way I can kind of mix in, you know, Holy Lights occasionally as my mana is going around, but I'm not sitting there spamming flash heals all the time because I don't want it to be a pure caster paladin. I think the way Lightsmith was interacting with Empyrean Legacy felt really, really good. So I don't think any healer is like unviable, but I raid top 50 world, so like I want to play something that's going to be good, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. With the nerfs Tiger, you're not going to run Empyrean Legacy, but the spec will still be strong. You'll just play like a flash heal dominant playstyle that's just, I think, not going to be fun. So. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it'd be fun to play either pre-spec and raids. If Paladin was not going to be just sitting there being a caster, I think it'd be fun to play in raids. I'm not really that interested in playing Prez in raids, personally. I know I'll probably do it as like an alt sometime, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't think all the changes are in yet, Panda. Because the ones for Disc Priest are not in yet. Don't know, Faye. Can't predict the future, you know? I would think they would have changes be done after Heroic Week, but usually healers don't get a lot of changes on the Heroic Weeks. Historically speaking, they might get like some plus 3%, -3% kind of stuff, but whatever's really good on Heroic Week is usually still really good going into Mythic. It's usually not like meta changing type stuff, right? Hasn't hit yet, Demon. I still have my old atonement transfers and stuff, so it hasn't hit yet. Yeah, still waiting on it, Frex. Because when they do, yeah, I want to play Void Weaver as well. I'm with you. I'm with you. Supposedly it's supposed to be today to meet Demon, just hasn't happened yet. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. We'll see if people read it though. Changes not live yet. There's always a chance, Professor. There's always a chance for more changes. It's Blizzard after all. Image food, please. Nah, weak auras are gone. Could be better, Ben. How you doing, man? I have to imagine this tier of Dimensius and Nexus King released later than the first 6. We'd have some buffs. Meh. Like I said, they usually don't do that. It usually kind of is different than what they actually do. It would make sense, but Blizzard doesn't always do what it makes sense. What up, Bizzle? Maybe they're just getting rolled out, Gertak. I know. I mean, I know it hasn't happened for Disc yet, at least. So, Disc should be getting a Void Weaver buff today. We shall see. It might be that they're just staggering out some releases on the Veda servers or something, but don't know. Don't know. Pray for Prez. Prez is gonna be like stacked in the world first race or something, man. This rate. Void Weaver got a 30% damage boost to Void Blast.
3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
Shaman's like pretty decent power level. Probably not in the world first race, but pretty good in keys. But I think it's just boring to play. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My sisters were the last to visit these
All right, let's ride.
through their home and the bond away.
I feel like whoever was designing Prez just like gave up on iterating on it in keys. I think that's my big complaint personally. Wow.
Wish it
Okay.
had lasted a little longer.
I'll get there. I'll get there. All right, Hockley, thanks so much for the prime. What should a head start do you get from doing M+? None in, like, game terms. Your gear isn't better or any of that kind of stuff, but just knowing the mechanics always helps. I'm not trying to do, like, you know, any early title push or anything along those lines. But I think it's just a lot more interesting than, you know, playing live right now. I think Paladin's gonna perform well, but just be boring to play after the changes. What up, dude, Rave? Never PvP? Thankfully not. Not anymore, at least. I used to have to with like hardcore rating, and I hated it. Didn't enjoy it one bit. Yo, Bullet Sponge, thank you for the new sub. Preservation and keys, just weak. Needs some kind of revamp or rework or something for how it heals. It just takes so much time to like set up your healing and so much more work than other healers that like, yeah, super experienced Presbanes can do good healing, but they also just have to have like they have to do a lot more work than literally like every other spec to heal. Don't think it's a good design at all for them. I'm not playing Void Weaver right now, Steven, so I'm not sure. But it's pretty quick. You get a lot of rifts out with Void Weaver, and you get them out really fast. Thankfully, both Oracle and Void Weaver for Disc want to stack haste next expansion. I also hope Disc has his place in rating. Trust me. I really do. Whatever you think is more fun, Eluso. Didn't look like the changes for Disc went in. But maybe they went in for other specs. This year's healing is good. I think their only weak spot is burst damage in dungeons. It's pretty weak on. But I would say most of the rest of the kit is really strong in dungeons. I got a video on my YouTube talking about it actually, just from on Monday.
The soothing sounds of my harp brought Marisa joy beyond measure. I need that relic.
Wow, that's rough. Already recorded the Aona video. Yeah, we're gonna be playing Fellowship on Thursday. Already recorded a little quick guide based on what I was playing. Created a little mock talent build that I thought was good. Hopefully it is. I didn't get time to play with every single talent. But I was looking at, where my healing was coming from and what I thought looked good. So hopefully it'll help people when it comes out. Hopefully. Yeah, that healer's gonna be busted. I'm pretty sure everybody's just gonna go play Aona. Giving 50% stagger to your entire party permanently is ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe we have 1 week of Fellowship streams or whatever. Maybe. As long as we have fun. I haven't tried Harek's frames yet. Probably will at some point. We're gonna have, with the expansion coming out, we're gonna have some time where we're all like leveled up and we're just kind of sitting around bored. So that'll probably be when I do like a Cell deep dive whenever that's ready, a Harek deep dive whenever that's ready, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is Dander's frames. Should be the exact same because I updated Dander's frames and I updated my UI pack like 6 days ago or something like that, very recently. So if it looks a little bit different, just see if there's an updated version since you last got it.
That dragon hawk.
Nah, Shadowman's bad. Unfortunately, Lou, Shadowman's not only bad, but it's also bugged, and a lot of effects that should be working with Shadowman are not. So, yeah, a little unfortunate. She is the best right now. Druid. Gonna be in the world first race. The best healer for keys. Seems like your best overall option. This is a good tester boss. I agree. Alright, if you guys want the tier list, they're on the YouTube. You guys know. Come on. I got all kinds of content for you guys. I have all kinds of videos. We just made a video talking about State of Holy Priest and Monk. Got lots of content. Just check it out. Thank you, Paro. I try. Thank you for reading the banner. That's right. We've been working hard on the content. Got lots of it. I have no idea what happened to Mage or Warlock. No clue. I want a little underdesk treadmill, Simon. Yeah. Finally, we're in execute range. He tried to park somewhere he couldn't.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was...
I don't think they've redone the mage tower now. But if I can do it as priest, if I can do it as priest, you can do it.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be...
I think we're at a point now where I'd rather that everybody gets tuned up to Druid's level. You could maybe, I don't know, equivocate and be like, knock down Druid like 2% or something along those lines, but like it's around the level where it ought to be. Now I think that like healers like Disc, healers like, well, Prez is more of a design thing than a like raw output kind of thing. But I would say, honestly, Disc feels sometimes like the lowest output. Maybe Shaman as well on the lower output sides.
And anything else that belonged to her.
Those are the ones that I think are more in need of the buffs. Trying to find this groundskeeper that is just now getting into execute range so I can hit the Shadow of Death on him. Ideally, like this makes the gameplay harder for sure because you're trying to find who's in execute range and kind of rifle your way through the raid frames or the nameplates so you can keep on hitting those Shadow of Deaths. Constantly searching. Like Shadowlands H Pally. The tier list with Max is a bit of a take, especially on H Pally being B tier, Monk deserving a C tier. Well, I said that I think that Paladin was too lowly rated on his tier list, so I was rating the other healers based on where Paladin was. Because, I mean, B and C and everything like that, like all those letters are always subjective, so I'm rating them relative to where other healers are at. Because, like, I think it'd be accurate to put Monk on B, but if Paladin's also on that tier, I don't think that Paladins and Monks are on the same tier, you know? So, yep, playing Dis right now. Yeah, is that how you got muted, Ira? Yeah, I'll show the talents when we got some downtime. Nah, my first class is a rogue. First class is a rogue. And then my first healer was a paladin. I started healing very first time in Mogushan Vaults. I was just urban on my paladin. So I leveled it with my college roommate just for fun. And he had me tanking. And I was like, yeah, I don't really like tanking. But I still kept the character around, still got it to max level. And then one day, one of my guildies was like, we're doing an alt run for Mogushan Vaults, we need a healer. And I was like, but I don't know how to heal. He's like, don't worry, I got you. And just mailed me a bunch of spirit gems. And then we sat there and wiped on Stone Guard normal for hours, but I had a blast. I had so much fun. Best healer now? Druid. The Durid. Well, rip that guy. I think I have the most fun. I love Paladin's Empyrean Legacy playstyle, but if they destroy that and they leave it destroyed, then don't think I'm going to be enjoying the caster stuff that much. But I like how both Holy and Display. They just got to buff them. They just got to buff them. This build's a bit better, but it's still a lot weaker than Disc was in like the beginning of January. Yeah. Yeah, I think he put it too low, Mantooth. I mean, I would have moved everybody up one, right? Yeah. Just go next. I have a feeling they're going to revert the Empyrean Legacy stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. Those are his obvious flavor of the X-Back specs. Sometimes. And then sometimes they turn the tables on them like what they do with Mage. And decide to make it super squishy. Yeah. Yeah, it's Oracle Disc right now. Yeah, so we're doing Oracle Disc with Expiation. Let's do this playlist. There we go. But yeah, you play your damage, you play your dot talents so that they basically make Expiation really, really strong, but then you don't spread around your dots, and you just kind of consume your dots from Mind Blast and Shadow or Death. That's the idea. So, yeah, you don't have to shield after Penance anymore. You could basically just shield whenever, but your regular baby-powered shields are not that strong. Fatality. They're, like, fine, right? But they're not that strong. Fatality. So... if you drop Shield Discipline, then I guess you can run like a little bit of dot spread. But the thing is, you're not really using Penance offensively. You're not really using Penance offensively. So that also kind of makes it harder to dot spread. I don't know, maybe you get to like Purge the Wicked for a very slight damage buff for Penance. But again, same thing, you're using your Penance defensively, you know? Like, you could do that turn, but, you know, eventually it's going to fall off, right? Eventually it's going to fall off. No, I don't think so, Tokyo. Fatality. I don't think so. But yeah, mana feels a lot better. But it's just like, you know, you're not really penancing offensively. Smite's really bad as is. Penance is still kind of bad, so it's like, eh. The mana helps, especially on like longer boss fights, but I don't really think I need it on trash. It does mean that you just never have to drink though. So I don't like focusing on defensive penance, but it doesn't really seem like you have a choice because of how much they've been destroying us when it comes to our healing output. I mean, it feels better than the turbo nerfed build, but the turbo nerfed build was more fun to play when it actually like did healing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to take Shadowmend. If they can make it like instant cast when it activates and also fix all the bugs tied into it, that'd be nice too. But like, Bard Time and Divine Procession are both bad talents to have in the bottom tier. And it's bad that they gate good talents. So, yeah. There's some problems. This build's alright. I mean, it's not my favorite gameplay. I think Voidweaver, when the buffs go through, will be stronger than this build. And I'll probably have more fun playing Voidweaver as well. Yeah. Actually, a sec. Hang on. Let's just, I think I've kind of gotten... I think I've kind of gotten my fill of this build. I think I've kind of got my fill of this build. I use unhalted unit frames. Yeah, screw healer damage. Screw healer damage. Oh, what the heck? What do you even justify running this? I mean, I want Ultimate Serenity. I want Ultimate Serenity. Yeah, it doesn't look like the beta stuff has gotten implemented yet. How many of these points could I actually turn into useful stuff, right? I'd get it on Flash Heal, but that'd be about it. That would be about it. But I want Ultimate Serenity. I want Renew on everybody. I want the Palms going on everybody. I want those to do more healing. I want my Unfolding Vision. Yeah. We'll see if Poe actually does anything. We'll see. The Apex talent upgrades your Flash Heal to be stronger, and also to activate a Cosmic Ripple that does more healing. And it kind of like puffs out some extra healing on people. I don't think Oracle is that good, but I want to do a build or two just to see how it goes. Nobody was doing builds, or no one was doing runs over 15 as Oracle. Unless it was like Algathar, which, you know, we're about to do. It has like no damage. So I figure this is going to be our warm-up for an Oracle build. Then we might tweak the build, try it in a higher key, more challenging key, and then probably also go Archon. I think it's Archon overall. I think it's Archon overall. But I haven't played Oracle in a minute. So I'm like, well, why don't we just try it out and then we'll see.
2, 1.
Yeah, new healer in Fellowship is crazy, crazy fun. Yeah, what's up, Stormfather? I got it's Way of Kings. It's the Way of Kings leatherbound behind me. So yeah, you got 4 extra points. You usually just use it on the Apex talents. Don't know, Papa. Haven't played it.
These Nashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Yeah, there's if it's on a boss fight, Hockley, it's in the boss debuff section, and you'll see those in the top left of the frame. You see those in the top left. Just gonna keep the GS on him here. I think Wind and Truth, it was an interesting send-off. Interesting way to kind of like close the book. Or close, you know, the 5-part series. I think I preferred Mistborn, second era. I think that was like my favorite setup of all of the
What is that?
Cosmere books and everything along those lines.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new students.
As much as like, you know, Kaladin had a lot to work through and everything, it's kind of a relief that the 5th ideal was sort of reached. I really enjoyed like the payoff for that. It's probably like one of my favorite parts of the book. First era was really good, but what was it? The Well of Ascension, I think, was just kind of slow. Kind of just overall real slow. I'm reading the Night Angel trilogy right now, and I just finished book 2 last night. And I think it's called Edge of Shadows. And Edge of Shadows was interesting, but I kind of was like, on the way the book 2 ended. But most of the time, you know, book 2s and trilogies are usually, you know, the weaker ones. So, but yeah, I think like Wind and Truth was good. I feel like Oathbreaker was probably, or Oathbringer was probably the favorite for me. That and Words of Radiance. Mr. T, thanks so much for the new sub, bro. I feel like Rhythm of War just reminded me of the possibilities of like what could have been if Dalinar's brother wasn't assassinated. I was like, man, this whole world could have been way different. Could have been way, way different. I think it's fine to see it Conti. It doesn't really like drive much decision making though, but it's, you know, it's usually on the frames. I never removed it from the frames personally. I think part of the challenge with anything Stormlight Archive is a lot of work and a lot of effort goes into like why is the world the way the world is, and then whenever the world changes, like the Unoathed, it's like, wait, how is this possible? You know, and that throws everything into flux. I am using Platinator. Yep. Was that the Honor is Dead one spleen? But I'll see what I can do. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was that, and then I think it was that and the 5th ideal for the Windrunners that were like the big ones that hit home.
What are these birds
Oh, is that Words of Radiance? Okay. Nah, I don't, Dubsy. Honor's Dead is book 2, gotcha. Yeah, Oracle Holy is very mana efficient, but we haven't really gotten into like any boss fight yet that actually requires healing, so we've literally just been kind of doing maintenance healing this entire dungeon, so we'll see when we actually get to this fight. We'll see. Harex Frames are working on that, Rozak. They're in development. It's in development. Yeah, they said it was basically this eye level. Yep. I think we're headed towards another AUG season, yeah. It seems that way. I think the healing feels great in this expansion. It's always gonna be really spiky whenever you're, you know, max geared and trying to do like 19s or something along those lines. But I think we also got a chance to test how healing would feel when we had like heroic gear on, and then we got to test how healing would feel with like normal raid gear on, and those levels of keys, it actually felt really, really good being able to. It actually felt really, really good being able to like pace yourself with, you know, damage coming in, and damage didn't feel crazy spiky or anything like that. If you're playing Druid, you should play Wildstalker and keys. A really common misconception is that you have to always be in cat form or damaging to heal when you play Wildstalker, but that's just not the case. That's right, Lifer. Because, I mean, it's basically the alternative of, like, you either play the Poe talents or you play damage talents. And healers don't really deal damage, so I don't really see too much point in doing that. Not sure yet tonight. Not sure yet, man. When the changes go through, I'll mess around with them. Yeah. Where was that in the video convection? I think that was just something my editor found. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I assume it was the Discord, but I don't remember. It is AUG, yeah. They're back. They're back once again. No. Okay. I guess we just live. That was weird. Sure. I hate these like Spotify playlist updates because I'll have one that's good and I just like don't save it. I assume it'll be back. And then they change literally every single song. There we go. Yeah, this is an area I'm kind of worried about for Holy Priest. If you were playing Oracle, it's like you do really well against ticking damage, but at a certain point, the ticking damage outscales Prayer of Mending's output, and you are here. We played Disc earlier, Whiskey. We played it earlier. I don't think this Oracle build's that good. The last video I had where I was talking about how Archon's really, really strong. Yeah, the Voidweaver buffs haven't gone in yet, Whiskey, but I think Voidweaver's going to be the better option. So, I think it's kind of like a wait till that goes in angle. It felt pretty good before the buffs came in. Oh my god, he just fell off. Oh, he's back. I got like LOS'd by him. Yeah. Wait, chat, did you see the entire thing? Damn it, I'm trying to see if that... Yeah, Wiz, did that show the entire thing? Like a top bar and a bottom bar of stuff? Just trying to make sure it was positioned correctly. It seems like some of the changes are in right now, Evix, and others are not. Eh. Yeah, I think it should just be one big column for everything. So, I would love it if they buffed survivability for Holy Priest. I would love it, but who knows? I don't know what's gonna happen with all the possibilities. Haven't tried Horror Extremes yet. Probably will be trying it as the expansion comes out, because I know there's a lot of things he's still working on. But I'll probably do that, and I'll mess around with like Cell, and probably make another like repeat of the video I did before, where it's like, what are the best raid frame options for you? I'll probably do one big video like that. I don't think any healer is in D tier. There's plenty of healers that have like good healing output, but like bad survivability, or they don't do well with burst, or they don't do well with spot healing, something like that. Wait, really? Wait, my ability did not go off. There we go.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here.
There we go. China, thank you so much for the new sub. And Stuart, thanks for the prime as well. And I'm just gonna fear. And it didn't even matter. it's not that worth. I hate AUG seasons. Everything you need to have an AUG for your 4s. Yeah. I think that's a lot of where like the game has just gone in general. You know, everyone wants to make sure that they're a desirable class, and if they're not, then you know they're re-rolling to it or something. I think Archon's better, but I want to do this dungeon and probably one other as Oracle just to get a good feel for it.
Loaded an arcane element and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc.
Upcoming changes are on Wowhead. Yeah.
The blue dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it to grow further.
Where do people get the idea changes were coming to beta? The blue post that said it.
Arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons.
I never really see blood decays. I assume they're not in a great spot. I assume.
Veximus unleashed its full arcane power against them.
Beta was running like a second version, and then they posted a bunch of changes that kind of aligned both of the builds. And I think now they're putting up changes at the same time for both of them. I think that's what they're doing now. I think Void Weaver Disc be viable in raids. I think it looks good on paper in raids, but it's very like all-in-y, where like you either hit your timings perfectly and you win, or you don't and you lose all of your healing. And that is not a good talent setup for prog rating. Yeah, I saw it, Masher. I'll make a video at some point with like Hark stuff, with Cell stuff, all the different raid frame tune-ups and options and min-maxy stuff.
The dragons
Yep.
was ultimately destroyed. Well done.
Huge seeing you with the bench. Good yap. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a ton of fun doing that. Yeah, 100% Master. And I know a lot of people are wanting different options and want to see what's possible and everything with add-ons. Top-down view in your camera settings, Tom, just make it so your camera never moves. So I can use my right click and I can move around my camera angles all I want. But if you have like the other settings, then like just as your character moves, then your camera is gonna go all over the place. Yep. There's things like the Imperial Legacy nerfs last week that didn't get put onto beta mix. It looks like some of it's getting rolled out, some of it isn't getting rolled out onto beta right now. Some people were asking. Yeah. Yeah, chat, I actually didn't even read everything, so I'm not picking sides on it, but like, be nice. If people say weird stuff or are being mean, just ignore them. And you know, if mods see people being just assholes for no reason or whatever, they can just time them out or whatever, we'll be fine. You're not gonna like everybody in chat, unfortunately. Holy Priest is super mana efficient, yeah. But you can still get away with playing it in raids. You just have to smite during downtime. Yay! Yeah. I have for about 7 years power. Yeah. Thankfully.
I'm here to be mean.
Get him. Get him, Meg. You could be part of our secret police for anytime someone mentions caster monk. Coffee's been doing micro timeouts on those people for thought crime.
Monthly drive-by.
Yeet. Hi, Rag. Bye, Rag. Thanks for the 43 months. Meg, thanks for the 78. Yeah. We like to ban thought criminals. Yeah. Nah, for a while it was 125% Misty. And now they're nerfing it. Now they're nerfing it. Yeah, it's usually one of the things I do power is I cast world first. Usually. We'll see about this tier. We'll see. Possibly. Yo, thanks for the rose power. Appreciate it. Back to the shadows, GL. Oh, we got the prayer of healings off in time. I feel like the only time I can really use prayer of healing is when I have the instant cast during apotheosis, and otherwise it's like so slow, like relatively not that strong without Lightweaver.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them. Learn from this.
Nah, I'm trying some janky Oracle setup with very, very heavy emphasis on Palm and Renew healing. Wanted to get some logs of it and see how it performs. I still think Archon's better, but it's one of those things that, like, I made the video the other day, and somebody was trying to one-guy me and be like, well, I think Oracle's better. And I was like, you know, let me make sure I update my knowledge on where Oracle stands. That way I can properly be like, nah, it sucks because XYZ PDQ, you know? I don't feel so bad. So, play whatever you like, Rag. Just being a good healer player is way more important for the average player than like playing meta.
Merit points for you.
Try to be like in melee for this.
You will not pass the semester. Learn from this. Some merit points for you.
About rot fights, but the thing is, rot fights don't just exist in a vacuum. You know, one of the biggest rot fights, for example, is Lura, right? But Sea of the Triumvirate is not just Lura. So, like, yeah, you could run the better tool. It's kind of like you have an entire toolbox ahead of you, right? When you go into a dungeon, but you can't go into a dungeon with the entire toolbox as a priest. You have to choose: am I going to be better for burst? Am I going to be better for AoE? Am I be better for rot? You know. And so I would argue that Viceroy is a bit harder of a fight because there's a lot of unpredictable burst damage that can go out, and there is some predictable burst damage that can also go out. And I think Archon does a really good job of dealing with the rot damage of Oracle, or of Lura, because Lura isn't perma, like forever rot, you know? It's kind of scaling rot damage. Garfrost is pretty consistent rot, but like Oracle can, or Archon can do really well with that too. Like just kind of occasionally mixing casts in. So, sometimes cruelty. It took like 2 weeks to get used to like walking with the walk pad, but I always also walk really slow. So I walk like 1.2 miles per hour, and that always helps a lot. Healing breakdown. Palm. Lots of palm. Walking bars. Will Shaman be able to push to 1% at midnight? If you're like Lauren, yeah. I don't think it's gonna be like meta though. So, I have a recent video, random text. Yeah. How close the in-game meter to logs? Let's see. It said I did 62k HPS, and it said I did 71k there. And it also said I did 110 million. This is I did 102. Logs say Baby Brain did 335 million versus 421. You know? How you doing, bro? So, yeah, I mean, Ultimate Serenity is down here. It's 4.9%, but it's also a 10% healing buff on Serenity. Yeah. What should we do next? Yeah, it also could be, it also could just be the AUG value for sure. It feels that way, Lynn. We'll see how Void Weaver goes after the buffs, though, because they are getting buffed soon. Yeah, I feel like our Shaman's very boring, Josh. I feel like it is as well. All right, let me do the math real fast. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's do it. There we go. What do they want us doing? Hit. Let's go. All right, this will be our Oracle stress test. Yeah. Sorry, getting asked about fellowship stuff. Wait, what? Oh, that's patch notes. I see. Thursday. We're trying to confirm a time. I was looking at us to play around. We said 3 hours before would be maintenance. Don't tempt me, Clutch. Don't tempt me. Seems like some of the healers were implemented and others were not. So. Does it feel carried the whole bench on your back? No, that was a fun, that was a really fun podcast, man. I enjoyed that because, like, it felt like you could kind of, like, go through both parts of like, an argument or a debate for what we were talking about. It was just fun to, like, I don't know, vibe, I guess. It definitely felt like a, what a BNV. It definitely felt like just a conversation, you know? Yeah, I had a blast. I looked down and there was like an hour and a half had passed. I was like, oh. Wasn't Holy Pally second best healer? I still kind of think it is. I think that Archon just blasts, has better burst mix. Yeah. You think for someone who has limited time for now, based on how Midnight may look, I can still play Midnight and push decently? Yeah. 100%. Like, to its credit, WoW's gotten a lot better about, like, respecting people's time, you know? I remember, like, I don't know, I felt like I was playing like 60, 70 hours a week or something like that in BFA. But I also had a lot of alts, so. But I also felt like I had to, like, log in every single week or almost every single day to accomplish stuff, and if I didn't, we'd be, like, screwed. Oh, sec. I need to get health bots. Yep. Healer or tank is better for a casual? I would say healer. Oh, alright. No hearth. Can I bum HP bots? Try to run some islands, yeah. you wanna bring a healer to your islands, Clutch? I'm down. Yeah. They should be coming on a beta FM. They should be. Respecting current time, yes. Respecting past time spent, no. You know, I agree with you, Kaiser. Why don't I have raid trinkets for every single cutting edge I've gotten? Why are they only making trophies for raid bosses for upcoming raids? It's totally unacceptable to me. I should have, like, what is it, 3 or 4 an expansion? Going back all the way to Cataclysm. I should have 3, 7, 11, 14, 17, 20. I should have 20 different trophies for Decor for all those cutting edges. Where are they? Where are they, Blizzard? How do I not have 20 trophies from all these cutting edges? Did I sweat for nothing? Was there no point to all of this time?
4,
If it doesn't give me housing rewards?
2, 1.
Look, might be a Void Weaver angle hero. Yeah.
5,
But if you check earlier in the VOD, I was playing an
2, 1.
Oracle setup with defensive penance. It was weird. Riot MMO, that game is not coming out. I would love for it to come out, but I really don't think the Riot MMO is ever going to come out and see the light of day.
You will have to make your way across this corridor.
You know? Listen, Clutch, they got those rewards for all those meta achievements, but they don't do it for raiders. They don't respect raiders. Why don't they design the game around us? It's unacceptable. It was pretty nice out yesterday too, Arlen. Yeah. I streamed some Fellowship yesterday, and then I got outside, touched a little bit of grass. Yeah, but it's pretty. I was actually out this morning, so your payment is the guild drama along the way. Yeah. I played Epiphany. What would you drop for it though? What would you drop for Epiphany? I was kind of thinking about going into Run Plater just so I wouldn't, because that's the only add-on that's, because Platinator's not on the Wago thing. So I might still do that. Yeah. Got purple pixels instead of beige ones. Facts. A survival? I don't even know. Are we playing it now? I don't really like a DPS, to be quite honest. Let's see. They are marks. Is it? It wouldn't let me upload, Darth, my Platinator profile. Yeah, I use better cooldown manager. Unless that like just happened, but I tried to upload my profile 5 days ago or something like that. And there was no way to upload the Platinator. I guess it must be recent then. Man, he interrupted by him! That's so messed up. That is so messed up, man. And it stuns you now. That's great. That's rad. That's really cool. I was about to levitate. Somehow, we're still alive. For now. Kill it! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, we need a freedom. You bring a paladin, just freedom it, you never even have to think about it again. OP. I mean, if you get your Divine Hymn interrupted while you get picked up by a bat, it's gonna look a little rough. Yep. New Fellowship Healer owned, Saint. Crazy OP. I will have a guide for release. I will have a guide for release on it. I just exploded. What happened? What just happened? I like stepped on a landmine. What in the world just happened? I feel like I'm in like Tropic Thunder and I just like stepped on a landmine. Alright, that was something else. That was something else. I'm feeling better than Disc. A bit better for Burst, yeah. Yeah. I didn't even see the guy slam on me, maybe. Favorite either so far? I was liking how both priests played, but I wish they would be a little bit stronger. I like how the priests play. I liked how Paladin played before they nerfed it. We'll see if I feel the same way about the new setup. Benediction is like an upgraded flash heal, basically. Yeah. Ooh. So it makes the flash shield do a little bit more healing. And the days when Pally was fun like a week ago. Me too, man. Never forget. Never forget. Come at me, Gargoyle. Nope, he got stunned. It's alright. He gets dropped. He's... Oh, he probably ported, didn't he? Alright. I click cast, so like I'll left click on my frames or use a mouse button to be able to cast spells. Yeah, give me that mana. Give me that mana. I got a video on like the easiest healers that also go over the gameplay mini. That might be helpful for you. You can set a different keybind for like the right click inspect. You can just set it to whatever you want. Mine sets alt right click. I think it is at least. Let's see how to push high for keys and stuff. Our druid. Yep. It's gonna be our druid if nothing else changes. Her Prez the best and most fun healer. You should stream at least a week's worth of keys on it to investigate. Yeah. That's some propaganda. Oh, Shadow Meld actually works. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Shadow Meld actually does work. Because, yeah, the Fade talent works on snares. That's good OP compared to everyone else. Basically, they have a mastery, which allows them to stack up more healing over time effects to further increase their healing. And so in raids, it's not like this crazy huge deal or anything like that, because you're healing a bunch of different targets all the time. But when you are able to stack up a lot of your healing onto one target, it makes it a lot easier to be able to deal with the high heal checks. Yeah. How hard are you making it on yourself to go dis this season if they don't get buffed? I mean, for me, I raid world, what, 39, world 40, something like that. So, like, I could get away with it, probably, but there might be some fights that are not very advantageous for it. But if you're not in, like, any sort of high-end world ranking team, you don't even have to worry about it. You don't even need to stress. Yeah, I did, Usef. Shaman's got like decent power, but I think it's kind of boring to play. World 37th, my bad, my bad. Apologies, apologies. Well. Can we just stop PvPing me? I hate getting PvP'd. Alright, almost. Almost, there we go. Huzzah! We have Apotheosis back. Oh my goodness. Die! Alright, easy. I mean, I started with like 70% mana, but it should have been that bad. And I didn't have a mana pod. But, you know. Man. This guy's like blowing me up in DMs. Yeah, you can play whatever you want for 12s. I supposed to make this great again? I have been. You ever watch my videos? I'm gonna put out all kinds of propaganda out. Yeah, can you chill, Clutch? If this could try, struggle to keep atonement on everyone, especially when evangelism's on cooldown. Well, you're not really trying to keep atonement on everyone all the time when you play it in raids. You're trying to build up a lot of atonements, blast a bunch of damage to heal, and then you're kind of chilling. You know, you have like really high highs, really low lows. That's how the spec plays. But if you're looking for more tips, check out my guides on Wowhead, because I write the guides for them. We're also going to have some more guide updates as they make more class changes too. So keep an eye out, because we'll definitely be having more. And we'll have videos out too. And we'll have videos out as well. But the videos will be interesting because it'll be like a do as I say, not as I do. Because I'll have footage of the boss fights, but I'll be playing with like an old build. So that'll be fun. I'm kind of feeling more of like a waffle guy as I've grown older. Yeah. Ooh, turbo lag. What happened here? Oh, wait. Oh, it's not happening. Wait. It's not working. All right, I gotta just... Ugh. It's not good. I don't know what happened. Turbo lag. Chat, don't look. Just cover your eyes. It's gone. Yay. I didn't do anything. It just disappeared. All right. We good? Looks good on my end. That was something. If I have to heal like 5 health bars for the Warlock. Okay. Thank goodness, man. Oh, I miss playing Archon. I think after the changes, Void Weaver will be better, Pika. We'll try when the changes go through. So, I was playing Disc earlier, douche. Is that actually, wait, Deuce. Deuce. My bad. My bad. I was playing Disc earlier, Deuce. My bad, just reading stuff, alright? Yeah, Ward. See, that was an easy one to read. Thanks so much for the prime. Oh, man. Oh, actually, I see what you're saying, Pika. Yeah. So they just made changes last week that are about to get implemented soon that I think will make Void Weaver the better option over Oracle. But we still have to wait for those changes to get implemented on beta. Then we'll test them. But that's where my assumption's going. Because getting Void Blasts juiced is very, very good. Yep. Wait, were you talking about the lag, Merle, or are you talking about Pop-Tart Corn Dog? That would have been a good bit mix. That would have been a good bit. For YouTube board? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I'm hyped. It's annoying how Holy Priest suffers with mana. I agree. I agree. Timer duration of the party frames is M plus timer. Yep. Yeah, them nerfing Surge is so bad, man. I'm with you. It's so bad. It's criminal activity.
Pursue me if you dare.
Now I just have to sit here and smite for Surge procs. Honestly, Divine Hymn feels really nice. Little bright spot. Little bright spot. Yeah, you bet, Xer. Probably gonna explode. Oh, not explode. Proud of the tank over my own life. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. These Grave Blades are no joke. Well, I think it's just basically like Oracle's weak, and you have to cast a lot more to make up for your weakness. But this is exactly the content that I wanted to do to prove that it's weak. Like this is the point of the testing. And this is like confirming my theories for like why Archon's better. Right? Like we'll go play Archon after this, and yeah, you'll see me light my mana bar on fire a couple times, but we'll also do higher level keys, we'll do, you know, more challenging content, and it'll be feeling fine. So, I think Brewmaster's one of the best tanks to heal. They can get a little spiky, you know, he was taking double tank buster dudes, and that can always be nasty, of course, but I think they're usually one of the strongest. Exactly, the surge procs that you get out of Prayer of Healing, and the way that your Prayer of Healing gets amplified, plus the bonus healing you get during your Apotheosis are like really, really powerful tools for Holy Priest. Yeah. I played Disc earlier, Santa, if you want to see. Don't worry, I've been a good boy. Just make sure you got that really sick house in your sled. That would be fire. That would be fire. It's just him. It's not looking good for Disc, but you probably will be able to get away with playing Voidweaver. Probably. Oh. Whoa. Oh yeah, Merle, did you respond? It should, Raph, but I don't think it's going to be doing any legendary levels of damage or anything. But it should be doing more than others. Yeah. This for your Gildan Raids? Right now it's looking like you're going to play like an Oracle playstyle, which is always using Defensive Penance, which sounds awful.
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I think Disc is a little better than Holy and Raids, but they're both kind of like close together. So I think Paladin's playstyle got wrecked, but I think they'll still like perform well.
I shall not fail.
Yeah. They gotta bring back heal for Holy Priests. It would help a lot. I don't think you're gonna see Mistweaver in like high-end rating. They were like good, but I don't think they were like, you know, Mistweaver has to be like busted to be in raids, you know? They have to be like really, really busted. Well, at least to be in world first, which is what we're talking about. Yep. I think you're gonna see Resto Druid, you're gonna see Paladin, probably double Prez in Race to World first. If I had to guess. Hex, thanks so much for the new sub, bro. And again, for all the raid stuff, I'm really thinking of like world first, because for just about everything else, for probably like outside of top 50 worlds, if you're just like a good healer player, then you're an invaluable resource for your team. I can't tell you how many times over the years, and I've been, you know, non-stop cutting edge raiding, literally since Siege of Orgrimmar, right? I cannot tell you how many times over the years where like some healer can do really large amounts of the healer number, but they don't spot heal ever. Or they can do large healer number, but they stand in everything. You know, like there's so many different things that can like, a healer looks good on paper, but in practice, like they don't, you know, they don't do all of the pieces well. So if you're just somebody who is a good healer player overall, play whatever you want in raids, and like guilds will want you, guilds will need you. I'm a useless chud. What do I play? Get on the dragon, buddy. I don't know. Og seemed to be good in keys. Wouldn't it be good in raids again? It's not looking good for our champions, but somehow we clutch it out. It is actually looking good in raids. Well, there you go. Clutch raids with me, guys. So Clutch just undersells it. He's one of those guys that can, but he doesn't want to, you know, bring too much attention to it. Because if you're somebody that does mechanics and like does their job well, then you get rewarded with more work. So he's trying to downplay it. He's like, ah, there's only to be useless on the side. And when game time comes, Gil's like, hey, Clutch, you want to do these mechanics? You want to do this? Want to do that? What's up, Duck? Where am I going? Did they go through that? Where is everybody? Oh, they like talked to her. I see. Holy shit, man. I am just lost. Lost in the sauce. Back to the mechanics mines, yep. BM Hunter's job? Well, it's really fair for us to give mechanics to our Hunter because he doesn't play an alt for our required alt runs. So, you know, he kind of deserves it. He kind of deserves it. But yeah, like Shaman's like fine. I don't think it's going to be a world first primo. But like if you're a good Shaman player, then, you know, play Shaman, play well. Don't be afraid, Alexander. Any add-ons for the spells? I like Dander's frames. If I missed anybody's comments and stuff in the run, feel free to post again. I know I missed stuff. It's not personal. Floating main priest, so I stand by that. It depends on your goals. I think priest is fun. I don't think priest is the sweatiest, best option. I've been walking for 3 hours. Jack, you were forced to rate all healers in C because Pally got put bottom of B. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you could play any healer in 15s. You know, once you get geared. Yeah. Yep. All right. We are at... Holy shit, we're at is that right? 13,000 steps. Oh my god. 13,000 steps today. All right, time to sit down. Time to sit down for another 6 hours. Ugh. You think title's gonna be for season 1? Probably like all 20s or something like that. Probably. So, if you're wanting to be like a super sweaty M+ player, enter. You should play Druid. All right, I'm done playing this Oracle build. Take me to the Archons. Back to Archon. Yep. I put my watch in my pocket, Darth. I put it in my pocket, and it's mostly accurate. Prot Warriors feel good to heal. Yeah. I like how Prot Warrior feels to heal. Never to return again, always in my heart. You sweating and reviewing classes every time and playing +10 max average wild player experience. Oh, let's see. Let's see. What tanks do I hate to heal? I just don't really see the tanks that are supposed to be bad, you know? That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm playing fucking phone tag. I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to call them. I don't know if this number is even going to work. I'm playing fucking phone tag lately. Nope. I get called about an order that didn't deliver to the right spot, and then none of the online portals or whatever let me update the address because I didn't list an apartment complex. Or I didn't list the apartment number. What can you do? What up, humanity? Let's go, man. Press is really good in raids, and I think it's like fine in keys, but it's still like a lot of work. Yep. This love has taken its toll. So close to Ascension. Let's go. Look at Voker's Horror because everyone stands miles away. Yep. Priest or Shaman don't care about boring, just output and helping the group. Priest. Yeah. Might be playing like a Void Weaver or Disc or something like that. Yeah, Druid's still top. Druid's still top. 1.2 miles an hour to Zarius, and my phone or my watch is in my pocket. He wants to do a 19 terrace. I mean, I'm down. I'm down. Won't say no. Jack, you're our only hope for priest. Please close the priest Discord or whatever, man. I'm desperate. All right, sounds good. I'm not in charge over there. For sure. I'll shut it down. Why not? A lot of tank players on beta. Do you think it's gonna be the same on live? I hope. I hope, man. I would love that. I was saying on the bench today, I was like, I would love it if tanks did a ton of damage and everyone wanted to play them. Does it keep tanks somewhat even? I'm sick of VDH meta. Dude, me too. I don't like healing VDHs. They're like the least healable tank. You know, if they don't have the resources, they just explode. And like healing makes no difference whatsoever. If a Brewmaster messes up a little bit, you know, they just deal with some high stagger and then you can help and you can heal through a decent amount of it. But if the other ones, or if VDH is down, it's rough. Oracle was not the sauce for Holy. Oracle was not the sauce for Holy. I hate how Amazon makes it so difficult to contact them. They just spam call me and I can't differentiate a call from Amazon between a call from like a robocaller and shit. And they're like, we don't have your info to deliver this thing. And then I can't find any way to actually contact them. I literally just need to send like an apartment number to them and that's it. It's so bad. What up, Purple? Look for 5 minutes in the app? Dude, I'm literally like scrolling the page and all I need to do is send them one thing. It's so awful. And then like the last time I contacted them, it was just a robot, you know? It's literally just a robot. I can't like, I don't know. Whatever. Hope for the H value nerfs to get reverted. I hope, man. I hope. Yeah. Well, the thing is, their people will call, and then, like I said, I just see some random ass number, and I'm like, I'm not picking up the phone for this. And then they're like, oh, we're trying to contact you. I'm like, literally, if you just send an email to a real person, I could send you the apartment ID. I updated it on the address, but they can't, they literally just, I don't know, they're just stupid. They're just not looking at it. Yep. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'm looking for new playlists. There we go. All right. He said 19 plus 19 relaxed. Nice little relaxing 19. Surely it'll go fine. Sick of all the uncertainty with the balancing. True. They should just buff priest and then we'll all know for sure. Yeah. That sounds perfect. So, if I could find a group that wants to play live keys on NA on a weekday at a title level, then I do. And sometimes that happens. But a lot of times I've just been like pugging, gearing healers, and then make like a last minute push with some friends on the weekends. Yeah. But I've tried. It's very difficult to find like people who are not employed or have weird employment schedules and also can like push for title and everything. So, maybe after they buff Void Weaver, I could probably do a 19. Maybe. There's some tough areas, though, to play it as Void Weaver. Thunderbolt, thanks so much for the new sub. Maybe with Void Weaver's Eve. Maybe with Void Weaver. But I tried an Oracle build for Disc earlier today where you're just hitting defensive penance all the time. And it was better than the usual Oracle build. But it still felt pretty weak. Yo, thanks for the heart, Michael. I'm not playing Druid today, but I played it a ton. It's super powerful. Super powerful. It's top dog, but the goals are just on like testing out the healers and cycling through them day by day. So usually I'll play like 2 or 3 healer specs a day and then move on to the 2 or 3 other ones after that. Filippini, thanks for the prime. Yeah, Pally will still perform well, but its gameplay is a lot worse after the Empyrean Legacy nerfs. That's the big issue I have with it. Oh my gosh, why does this button not work? / reload. There we go. No idea if they're gonna nerf Druid. No idea. I don't know, Zeef. I don't know what the future holds. I've been advocating all beta for them to get some mana changes or getting heal back. You know, there's a lot of things I think Blizzard should do, but I have no idea if they're going to. Yeah. I wish there was a matter of like consistency coming around with the spec, you know? Yo, Budgie, thanks so much for the prime. Oh shit, it's a treasure train. Participants save 35% more on 5 or more gifted subs at level 2. Ooh. I think we're at level 1 right now. Button right there, bottom left, just open an issue and tell Blizzard to fix it. Yeah, there we go. Oh man, I think healing is more fun. I think healing is more fun in the expansion, but there's certainly like, this happens kind of every expansion where certain healers have just like glaring issues entering an expansion, and usually the 0.5 or 0.1 patches, they fix it up. You know? Sending me your Christmas tree, still up? It's a Valentine's Day tree, Purple. Alright? Tell him to fix it, her manway is moving in next door. Alright, bet. Yo, Resurrect, thanks so much for the 15 months and the prime, dude. I also leveled up to level 2. Let's go. Yep. Dude, that Pally playstyle whiskey, before they got rid of Empyrean Legacy and took it out back, that stuff owned. What do you mean unlucky? The tree is up on purpose, guys. It has pink lights on it. It's a Valentine's tree, okay? It's a Valentine's tree. You guys think it's some accident? Yeah, pretty soon it'll be a St. Patty's Day tree, and then we'll have a Halloween tree, you know? 100%. I mean, I liked the tree when it was up for Christmas, and then I was like, what if I just kept it up all the time, and it has cool lights on it? You know? I like it too, Narcissa, thanks. How you doing, Clam? Rareman, thank you so much for the prime. Hey, we have an Easter egg tree. Well, yeah. Listen, man, if I got a fake palm tree or something like that, nobody would say anything. Like, oh, nice tree, bro. But because it's coniferous, people are like, oh, it's only for Christmas. Like, it could be for many things. What's in the case? A bunch of stuff. Let me get out of the way. I've got a 3D print that a viewer sent to me from one of my caster photos. I got my Eagle Scout Award. I've got my trophy from Twitch for 5 million hours watched. I've got the Way of Kings, what is it called? The Leather-bound edition. That's my grandfather's burial flag. I got a little pointy triangle for it. It's a little off-centered. I gotta fix that. And I have a Dreamcast that I thought would be kind of neat to put in there. And it's kind of tough to see, but I have a bunch of badges from like BlizzCons and other events I've been to. Yeah. Was it the bottom? That was the case for the leather-bound books. Yeah, so that I don't lose it. I I have a couple collector's editions. I think I have a couple more, but I don't know where all of them are at. So the ones I could find were the BFA and Dragonflight ones. Yeah. Yo, what up, Zark? Watch the bench video. Y'all were talking a lot about Pally and Monk and Prez. Is Shaman not worth anything? I mentioned it in the video and talked about how, you know, I was kind of bored of playing it. I think its healing potential is fine, but I don't think it's that fun to play. Seems that way, Groove. Your micro tree is more than a year old and still holding, not fake. Just wondering when it finally dies so I won't take it out till then. Yeah, just keep it alive. It's your zombie tree. Yeah, I like having a little bit of nature around, Rhett, you know? My thoughts on Aona and Fellowship? She's busted, Ryder. Every healer is going to play Aona soon. Super, super insane. I don't know if you could really transfer her skill set to WoW, because putting up 50% stagger on your entire party is insane. It's so much more difficult for everybody to die. It's a busted healer. I will have a video talking about how to play her off, you know, my limited playtest. But hopefully it'll kind of cover everything. So, get a main H Pally at midnight. Wish you luck. You got it, dude. I just pray that they fix Empyrean Legacy. Yep. I just pray they fix it. Oh, Arlen, yo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Welcome into Wild Monkeys, Chrysalis, Naru Strikes, Celavi, and Withered Leaflet. Yo, give him some big old love, man. Thank you for building up the hype train to level 3 as well. Let me get the swap from MOP to retail and midnight launch. Let's go. I hope that there's more like classic gamers that are getting into retail and stuff. I hope so, man. I think this expansion is going to be good, especially when it comes to healing. Yeah, but is TBC still going to be like hype in a month? Like genuine question. Like I'm actually just curious. No flame. Because if you think about it, probably not. Okay. Because if you think about it, we still have a month. You know, early access starts next week, but it's honestly kind of more like a month. You know. Blood Decay and Guardian are like super rare to heal, and if I do, they're always in like pretty easy keys. I don't really like see them that often. Yeah. They lost both their tanks to TBC. Oof. Every hardcore at the start. Oh, everyone plays hardcore at the start, then raid logs. Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, early access is like get your characters to max,
5,
level everybody.
3.
There's gonna be some kind of world activity that gets your gear, you know, a little bit better than spamming heroic dungeon gear, but you know, nothing really insane. The mole arm, yeah, we're like, oh my god, like, yeah, people will be like, oh my god, are you having like a slightly larger eye level than me? What? Oh my gosh, that's insane. You know, at the beginning of expansion, it doesn't really matter that much. Delve gear once it officially releases. Oh, true. Yeah. If delves are out before raid type stuff is, then, you know, you'll go join the mole people for a little bit. Do a bit of delving. If you're focusing on raid, Taylor, yeah. They didn't apply the damage buff to monks? Oh my god, dude. That's such a, like, monk thing to have happen. That's such a monk thing to happen, man.
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the
What else is new? What else is new? Monks just can't get a break from the bugs or like the unintended things. The best and worst dungeons? I think Skyreach is probably on my worst dungeon list. There's a lot of like random garbage. A lot of different ways your team can mess up stuff. I think best? Seat's fun to heal, but it's very challenging. Algathar is probably going to be the easiest by a mile. I think Algathar is going to be very fun for how easy it's going to be for people when they want to just get a super, super easy key in. Get invites is holy? Yeah, maybe. Everyone's gonna want druids, as always, but who knows? If you're always worried about invites, then, you know, you should just always find and play whatever's at the top of the tier list, but I think the best way to play this game is honestly to find a guild, even if you're only raiding, like, casually with them or something like that, but finding a guild that's gonna be playing the game consistently, that you can log in and game with, is always gonna be a better experience than just trying to play the game single player, like, you know, like it's a solo queue game.
To think Romoth would go this far to keep me out.
Booker looked like he had cheat death. He almost did. He almost did. He had a little bit of surplus. Nah, you just gotta play really well, Rook. You just gotta play better. I think Holy Pally will be, like, good, but the playstyle will be bad, basically. Yep. I wonder. Okay.
You'll go no further, Umbrick.
Yeah.
These new defense
Any playstyle which is really good. I loved how Paladin's playstyle was when they had Empyrean Legacy. And I was playing a Lightsmith build. I made a video about it.
Struck to hit is heightening Romoth's spell.
But with those Empyrean Legacy nerfs, you're not going to be able to play that setup. Oh, we pump. There we go. New raids work. It's going to be normal and heroic for the 1 boss raid and the, like, 8 boss raid on week 1. And then it's going to go mythic for those same 2 raids for the next week. And then the third week is going to be everything, every difficulty for the third race. I'm pretty sure they got volted. Yeah, I mean, he just exploded there from full. Shadow melted. I don't have a dispel. I don't have a dispel. I don't have a dispel. Okay, we're back. Oh man. I don't know if they're bringing trash with them or what, but all right. That was something. Disc's raid gameplay is going to be really bad because you're going to be ramping, but you're going to be using penance defensively, and all your atonements are very, very weak. In keys, after these Void Weaver buffs come in, it's probably going to be like a Void Weaver angle. Seems like it's going to be some kind of Void Weaver angle. Yeah. You could if you wanted to, Yolk, just to get the gameplay down. I think Prez just needs a full-fledged rework when it comes to healing keys. It's gonna be good in raid though. It's gonna be good in raid though. Yeah, the Oracle style, the Oracle talent setup is like the same between raids and keys for Disc, and you're just constantly using penance defensively. It's a very goofy setup. It's a very, very goofy setup. Chunks, thank you for the 55 months. Yeah, you ramp and do defensive penance. Yeah. Yeah, you heard that right, Stan. You heard that right. I was talking to one of the Disc Theory crafters just this weekend. And it's like, yep, that's the style. Yep. Yeah, I probably will, Surf. I don't really want to play AC, but I do agree that it should be better. Should be improved. So. Yeah, that too, Faria. Anytime you can hit and execute on a target and take advantage of that value, it's going to be valuable. So what I'm doing is I'm casting Smite's Knee for, not for damage, but for Surge procs. Because Surge of Light can proc off of Smites, but it cannot proc off of Holy Fire. So I am actively discouraged. I'm actively discouraged from hitting the Holy Fire button. And since your mana efficiency is an area of major concern, you do want to be casting those surges, or those smites to get surges. Yeah. So. That way I can cast the pose for cheap. The damage buffs had like almost no change, Brad. And it's like a slight buff, but then it also comes with a bit of a nerf. So they nerfed Atonement and then buffed your damage. But the Apex talent you have causes your Void Shields to also produce Atonement healing. And so those are nerfed, basically, thanks to the Atonement nerf the spec received. So the net effect is like Void Weaver got buffed. Almost nothing really happened with team. There's 18. Gotta love it. Just want to play disc and cast everything offensively and put massive void shields in my mace. Is that too much to ask for? According to Blizzard, apparently, yeah.
Welcome.
Apparently, yeah.
Pleasure doing business.
Gotta love it.
Fatality.
So, Cell should be out before the end of the month. We'll see, though. It's coming soon. Yep. I mean, I am excited for Midnight. It just sucks when the class that's really good and your main spec that's like been really good for all of beta gets a bunch of nerfs. I think everybody could relate to that. I think everybody could relate there. But it's also what happens, Taylor, when everyone like just wants to talk about negative topics, you know?
3.
And then you're just like, yeah, I agree, you know? That's just what happens. I'll try not to get too wrapped up in the negative conversations, though.
4,
I get it, it gets old.
3, 2, 1.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm. The Cynosure of Twilight.
Unauthorized entry.
Yeah, there's like a macro to disable the camera yank. I forget what it is, but there definitely is one.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I got bolted.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the guards.
Where's the tank? Where's the tank? Ah. I'm back. I think the best strat is honestly just like get through this area as quickly as you can, because I started going like backwards to try to find the tank, and it just adds more problems. Just adds so many more problems. I keep missing the pizza thing. I'm trying to make sure it's positioned correctly too. Yep. Nah, there's tons of add-ons, Brad, still in Midnight. It's kind of like a lot of add-ons just had to share or had to like start fresh. It's like a lot of add-ons just had to start fresh and like kind of redesign themselves. If you're looking for any beta talent setups, they're all in my Discord. I have a beta resources.
I've missed this library.
I have a beta resources tab. There's always time for more class changes. There's one thing Blizzard loves is last second talent changes and class changes. So we'll see. Well, I really wish I had. Hey, sweet. Getting the Zephyr is really, really nice. Because that's the thing that'll kill everybody. Appreciate it, Brad. Yeah, just not changes that'll make sense. Pretty much.
You'll go no further, Umbrick. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be detained. The construct ahead.
Oh, that's rad.
Spellwork. Destroy it.
All the add-ons are limited to the same lanes? Basically, yeah. So, I mean, Cell's not going to have all of the options that it had before. There'll be a lot of good stuff coming up with Cell, but it's not going to be as insane as it was before. No news on Cell. No news on Cell, guys. I'll let you guys know when there's an update. I'll have a big thing like Cell's back, and you know we'll try it, we'll play it. Nothing right now. No news. Yo, Clickums, thanks so much for the new sub. All right, much better.
Must follow policy. Compliance is not optional.
Still ruining H-Pally? Looks like that's their plan, yeah. Looks like that's their plan. Yeah, I got a video talking about it, LCS.
Compliance is not optional.
Yeah. Holy Priest does the big healing.
Proceeding with impairment.
Void Weaver might pull ahead when they get the buffs coming in. We'll see.
Please stand by.
But there's also some like really big weak spots when it comes to playing Void Weaver. So Did I get rank 1 on Priest? You mean like the title or like rank 1, rank 1? I got title on Priest in Season 1 and Season 2. Yeah, Season 3, I just played beta. Yeah, I know, like, title's like a, I don't know, it's not like a great term for it, but, yeah. Yeah, Season 2, I got title on Priest, and then I also got, like, rank 3 Holy Priest, which was still below title range, so I got, you know, I got title as disc. But I pugged Holy Priest to, like, right outside title range. You know, there's 8 dungeons every season, and I had 8 different tanks that I did it with. That was a fun challenge, but that was a lot of work. That was an absurd amount of work. Yeah. Both Disc and Holy have like really big, like, this buffs your healing by 10% or 12%. They have like those kind of buffs into them because a lot of the Apex talents were actually like too powerful in their passive healing. And that's one thing I really didn't like about them. So, but they want to force, you know, your healing to be, or your Apex talents to be impactful, but they kind of detract away from your other abilities if they're too powerful. Yep. Nice.
A crude solution, but effective.
Halo's satisfying, and then like the surge procs also feel really, really good. I just drop my stacks. It's okay. It's the stuff from last week, Etheract. Waiting for the stuff from last week to be implemented. HP Pot Hellstone, it's all better cooldown manager. They basically nuked Empyrean Legacy, which was a talent that encouraged you to cast Judgment more. And so now you don't want to cast Judgment. And just like mash flash. Okay. Let me drink, let me drink, let me drink. There we go. Well, the nice thing about Judgment is you could use it in keys, yeah, if there's like a lot of downtime. But like any like major healing scenarios, nah. So it's an odd sort of conditional setup, basically. I think Holy and Disc are kind of close. I think you're a little more likely to play Disc, but I think it's pretty close. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Holy overtook it or something. W. All right, we're getting mana. Let's go.
Lorthamar himself.
Ooh.
None shall lay hands on the Sinoshaw.
Sure, everybody gets in. I've been locked out of this place way too many times.
I'll take care of these shields. March for defeat.
Yeah, I mean, this damage is going to be turbo spiky because, you know, we're in Bisgear doing really difficult dungeons. So that's to be expected for sure. But I think when everybody gets to a point where they're, you know, in like normal raid gear or something and they're doing appropriate levels of keys, the damage is actually going to feel fine because we got to test at that level early on before. And it actually wasn't bad. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, there's definitely glaring mana usage differences. You'll see, like, when I don't have Halo going out, or I don't have Apotheosis or something, I burn mana like crazy. You know, Diskin, I'm running an incredibly mana-centric build as Disc. And that helps a ton. But if I was not running it, then it would be quite rough for me.
March for defeat.
No news about Cell. Druid's been kind of chill on mana compared to some of the other healers. Definitely just gotta watch if you're over applying rejubes, especially. Paladin's kind of, I think Paladin's the most fun when it comes to like mana and how you use your resources because you can actually regen mana. You can actively regen mana. That'd be sick. Today's sponsors, Buff and Disc. Shaman's like decently powerful, but it's boring to play. Now I'm running a talent that gets rid of Holy Word Sanctify, and it causes my Serenity to be stronger. I like it a lot. I haven't tried the new interrupt tracker yet. I wonder if Blizzard's gonna try to nuke it. I honestly wonder if they're gonna try to, like, was this like a one-off, or is this gonna be trying to like be a continued war on add-ons, you know? Prez, good in raids. Mediocre in keys. Should be reworked for keys. I don't feel like any of the design they have at the moment is really that cohesive for doing keys. This pack got nuked. It changes disc, buff overall damage, buff Void Weaver's Void Blast, slight nerf to Atonements. Works out to basically like no net difference for Oracle. But Void Weaver's gonna be really good in keys. The M plus timer is, it's literally just called M plus timer actually, yeah. Yeah, it's made by Relo. So, I have a lot of fun with Priests, and before they nerfed Empyrean Legacy, I was having a ton of fun with Paladin. Those are the ones I was like enjoying the gameplay of the most. I really liked how Disc felt when Penance was strong and your Searing Light was strong, which made Penance have a dot component to it. So now when you're casting defensive penances as Disc, when you play Oracle, that does not feel nearly as fun. He's got Sheet, he'll be fine. There it is. He kept getting meleeed, so I didn't really think there was any chance he wasn't gonna proc. I think Pally will still be like in Race to World first. I think it'll still be a good healer for. Stop taking damage. Stop being meleeed. You ever have that one guy who's just always getting annihilated? Top him off. And he takes a bunch of damage again. You top him off, he takes a bunch of damage again. Yeah, it's like Shadow Covenant feels a lot more active than this new version of the pet gameplay where you hit execute and it just magically spawns. I would rather have no pet involved whatsoever than deal with like the execute damage. Spawning our pet. Yeah. It's a weird setup. Spells under the character. That's my better cooldown manager. Oh, there we go. Not after the nerfs, Helly. Not yet. There we go. Lean more into the Shadow Kit, give you actual Shadow form during Shadow Covenant. Something like that would be cool. Yeah. I think what happened, honestly, overall with a lot of classes is they just ran out of time because of the Christmas break. And, you know, it's kind of like nobody does work in the month of December kind of thing. The changes, you could like feel it like really slow down a lot, and that was supposed to be like their crunch time. I don't know. If there was one thing I could actually change at Blizzard is like I would want to be in charge of like all of the PTR and beta testing because I feel like they're so inefficient and lack a lot of consistency with their changes and their updates and their iteration. And I feel like I've been like beta testing and PTR testing for a long time. Ran out of time because of houses, but I thought they had, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought they had like an entirely different studio working on housing stuff. You think they were like pulling people from like the regular team to go fix some problems with housing or something and get it live? I could be. Yeah, 100% Sepish. There's like a million, Tessif, sorry. There's like a million examples like that, you know? Yeah, they bought another company to do it. Yeah. I feel like I hear a million times that they have to pull devs from working on their usual job to go work on some other job. And I'm like, if this keeps happening, like, bro, don't you think you don't have enough devs or your scope is too wide for your projects? Or, you know, training needs to be better. I don't know. Yeah, that happens too much. Tessif is like, we'll fix it later. I'll fix it later, you know? Just costs money. Can't have that. Yeah, true. True. It just grinds my gears because there's an enormous amount of money that the player base spends on the game. And so in my mind, you know, to their credit, they actually had some pretty good pricing on the little plushies they put in the store, like $1. Cool, you know? But like, if you keep finding other ways to monetize, I feel pretty justified to keep asking for better quality. Hot take, maybe. But that's not gonna stop me. Like, you know, I saw like a WoW dev on Twitter the other day who was like, well guys, I know you all want like a WoW animated series, but like, how would we fund it? I'm like, bro, we spent so much money on this game. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean how we fund it? And they're like, oh, well, like the WoW movie only made money because it went to China. And I'm like, bro, it made money. Like, done, period. You made profit. How is that not a success? Aren't there only like, I don't know, 5 video game movies that actually made a profit or were like decent? You know, it's not a long list. I know that. It blows my brain up that they're not like, wow, this was like a resounding success. You know, I get it if you don't want to take a risk again, but like, how could you not view that as like a success if it turned a profit? You know? Silver lining about Disc is bones and structure are good. They have a revert the nerfs to be back in business. I agree. There is a lot to be hopeful for with Disc. Doesn't help that Blizzard has no competition with WoW in the MMO genre. I don't know if that's actually ironic or not. But I guess I haven't really followed Final Fantasy in a while, but I hear they're in a like a downturn. It does certainly help that their competition just can't seem to get an MMO off the ground. OSRS, yeah. There's actually a lot of my guildies who play well, there's a couple of guildies that play OSRS a lot. And let me tell you, you ever heard the statement, how do you know if somebody is a pilot? Like, how would you be able to, like, if you go into, you know, a party, how would you know if somebody's a pilot? They'll tell you. How do you know if somebody plays old school RuneScape? Oh my god, they'll tell you. Raid night, man. Yeah, same thing with being a vegan. Yeah. Shout out veganism. It's like raid night, man. Talk about sailing, talking about, God, I don't even know. I don't know how you have the time to play WoW and do RS grinds at the same time. Dude, we have some D-gens. We got some straight up D-gens in the guild. But they're not D-gens about farming stuff in WoW. They're D-gens about playing RuneScape and WoW at the same time. Yep. Because you can do some OSRS grinds while you raid? Yeah, I think some of them do. I mean, listen, no hate, cause a little bit of hate about the yapping, but I did grow up with RuneScape, and that was my first MMO. Yeah, my college roommate was one of the Zybez, like, mods or directors or whatever, and he went to Jagex for some kind of conference one time. He let me know. He let me know. Think they purposely ignore certain kind of healers? No. That implies, Arendelle, that there's consistency, that they have like a plan. I don't know what the consistency is, you know? I don't know the secret sauce formula to like predict Blizzard's behavior. It's crazy. It's like the you ever seen the Imitation Game with Benedict Cabbage Patch? You know, where they like use math to make sure that they fool the Nazis with like random things that, you know, they're like, we will do this so that they don't know we broke their code. It's like that. I just can't predict it. Insane movie. Fantastic movie. Highly recommend. He missed! He missed! Bro walked out of it. That's crazy. How do we live? No. Okay. Broncos country, we ride. We're fucking locked in. Also, we're only at 50% health on the... I shouldn't have looked. I should not have looked. It's bad for the vibes. Give me some surge procs. W. Oh my god, bitching worked. Let's go. I'm gonna just die, actually. I think dying is actually the strat, I'm not gonna lie. No, not for you! Stop, 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 stop. Taunt the boss, taunt the boss, taunt the boss, taunt the boss, taunt the boss! No! No! Okay, you go there. I'm going over there. How? Oh, man. Bro, I'm about to be agile. Nope. Missed early. Man. I don't know if we even timed that. If not. Yeah, you walked out. Yeah. Yeah, I think you'll run Pres and Raid. I mean, Holy has really good healing for keys, but the survivability ain't there. Ours beta dungeon? Probably seat. Usually you run 2 healers. Usually you run 2 of the same healer in the Race to World first. There it is. Okay, I figured it out. The pizza does show properly. W. All right, cool. Okay, cool. Play Fellowship on Thursday. On Thursday. New season on Thursday. Could have told you BC before the dungeons were testable. That's facts. That's facts. Yeah, so usually what happens in Race to World first, I got distracted, might be. Usually what happens in Race to World first is that you bring 2 of the same healer when they're like really busted. Yeah. go somewhere else. If you can go out each time for the spell. Apparently they didn't put in the damage buffs, Bostradamus. So, and plus the reason you would take a monk over an H-Pal? For if there was some kind of like insane Khajiit style like rot fight that was like the only heal check or the primary heal check. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what is going down in YouTube chat? You can play a game, but low-key think it's kind of ass. Welcome to all League of Legends players. We're catching up on some crazy stuff. Why'd you ever want anyone new to play this game? What? So that it stays alive. Bro, you are crazy. Jeez. Holy Priest blasts big healing, Harry, but the survivability is really, really rough. That's the challenge. That's the challenge. Got a chance to actually pay attention. Your note says change not live. Do you mean they aren't in beta? They're not in beta. Yeah. Yep, just means they're not in beta. All right. What should we do? What should we do? It's my knee-jerk best priest to start raid focus learning. I'd recommend you start learning with Holy. Yeah, it's a lot more straightforward. People take damage, you cast the healing spells, things like that. Not rocket science. We'll also have lots of guides. I write the guides for Wowhead for both Holy and for Disc. So, no, I voted C tier because somebody put Paladin in B tier, and that was where I would have put a bunch of healers. And so I adjusted the tier list not based on the letters, but based on where other healers were. Yeah. Yo, thanks for the rose, Tombstone. Yeah, it kind of feels like Harry right now. Holy Priest is better overall healing, but Disc has like better survivability, defensive value. So my tier list that I have is in my latest video about like Monk and Pally, or Monk and Holy Priest. I think I had Pally still in S, but I might drop it down to like A or something along those lines. But I feel like the flash heal heavy play style is still going to be like strong in power, even though the gameplay is going to suck. Yep. Yo, thanks for the rose, Julie. I think World First is more likely to have like Resto Druid, Holy Pally, Double Prez. Yeah. Yeah. And I think the best argument though for like why they need to make the changes and everything like that for Paladin are that it's literally just going to be a really, really bad play style. It's just gonna be a really, really bad play style. So I think World First would have an AUG. Yeah. I think they would. It's like an arcane mage aesthetic. But it's insanely OP. Perma stagger on the entire party. 50% of damage spaced out over 15 seconds. And you do damage buttons like a Disc Priest, Mind Blast, Penance, Smite, Pain, etc. to build up a secondary resource bar called Krona. And then you either spend Krona on damage, which, like Disc, does healing, or you use it to clear stagger. And the stagger clear is always based off. Stagger clear is always 50% of the total stagger. So it can be really strong even if your gear is bad. Yeah. All right. Yo, anarchy. Sometimes people just don't want to be helped. It's all good. Too many fights in the chest. Just chill, guys. One comment on Mistweaver, hot or not. Really good healing in everything except for burst. Thankfully, there's only like 1 or 2 fights that have burst, but you'll notice it when you get into those fights. Like, oh my god, this is really tough. I think it's really fun though. Yeah. Yeah, you actually do play Ultimate Serenity in Raid, and it's very good, Lobu. Yeah. I think Paladin's performance is going to be good, but their gameplay is going to be bad. Yeah. I tried Oracle H-Priest in Dungeons today, and it sucked. What do you got for me, Scott? Yeah, Salva's gone for Holy Priest. Yep. It's gone.
Five.
What are you talking about, Paladin, Scott? Holy Shock build?
2, 1. Five, 4.
First season you made something other than Priest, Pally. Let's go.
1.
I hope that they revert. I hope they revert the Imperial Legacy changes, man. Having a great day, Daniel. What's going on, man? Frames, I'm using Dander's frames right now. There's no word on sell yet, but when it comes around, I'll try it out. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Shaman is very cooldown centric. You get so much healing out of Ascendance. I know some people are talking about running High Tide and stuff, or Healing Tide. I don't know if they are currently. But last week, I was watching and I was talking to Lauren and he was still playing Ascendant setups, and you're really, really strong during Ascendance, but outside of Ascendance, yeah, not so much. Drop the 3rd Apex talent with healing for healing with Holy Light and Holy Shock during wings. I'd have to see it, Scott. Thanks, Mika. I did see Hakar's, yeah. Or Harix, Nike, but yeah, I saw that. So exclamation mark UI's got all my UI stuff. Just gonna rip him. I think I have logs running. I hope I do. Yeah, I do. Cool. I don't know. Did they nerf Unholy? Key timer is called M+ timer. Yep. Happy for the Cell comeback? Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be more options. And it's easy content for me, because I could just be like, hey, you know, let me test out both of them. Let me set them both up. Let me see how they go. And here's what I'm gonna use, and, you know, why. Maybe it'll save some people some time. Because there's always gonna be the age-old question of, like, a new add-on, a new tool comes out. Should I switch? Is it gonna give me an advantage? Is it gonna be better in one way or another? I don't think it will be, but hey, I mean, people are gonna ask those questions no matter what, so I might as well make some content about it, right? Because Cell is gonna change, like, no matter what, like, Cell is gonna be different. Because there's all these add-on restrictions that are going out, you know? Yeah, I think Pally's still gonna be high on the tier list, Vega. It's just gonna be a worse playstyle. That's the thing. That's the thing. Changes got released bugged. They received way too much conduit nerf and damage scaling per level isn't working. Yay. What happened to the monk dev, I tell ya? I remember when the monk dev was like beloved. You know? That's what they were saying, Mechka. It's only mage leftovers. Sounds like Pally's gonna be casting a lot of flash heals and holy lights and raid. Woo! I wonder how difficult it is to, like, code or make abilities as a class dev. I'm always so curious about that. Because sometimes there's bugs that exist forever, and I'm like, you know, you want to give them, like, benefit of the doubt. I'm like, okay, I guess there's just, like, some really complex coding to go through. But they've always said in the past that, like, they've updated the code base a bunch. They said that they, like, did a ship of Theseus, and they've, like, revamped it 1,000,000 times over. So, I don't know. Oh my, oh, nice. Shout out to Kane. He waited until he got both of them on, and then he shadow melded. That was sick. I was about to, like, freak out and GS him, and then he dropped it. No shadow meld for me, though. Yeah, there must be, Hex. There must be. That's... Oh, nice! I GS'd him, and then he death striked. Oh, I love the gameplay happening here. dream. All right, I'm gonna go follow the DK around. Nice. Playstyle change for Pally. They nerfed Empyrean Legacy, which is going to discourage you from using Judgment. So instead, you're just going to cast lots of Flash Heals. I don't know if the Arcane Splendor stuff got nerfed. It seemed like some stuff got nerfed, some stuff didn't. So funny how you're all wrong with your Judgment take. Okay, tell me why I'm wrong. Why would you still use Judgment and invest all those talent points into it? I'm using Platinator. Not yet, Devil. Not yet. Doesn't look like it. The 3 tanks will end up being meta? Brew, I think. Oh, where are we going? My hype is low for the gameplay, Cray, but I think the hype is still high for it performing well. You know, I just think the gameplay is going to be worse. Not as fun. You know? Yeah, I'm using Platinator for the nameplates. That is a lot of fixates. You just keep on dragging them and keep on running. Yeah, you get all your tier bonuses on beta. Yep. Hello, Jack. Yes, it's yours. Don't even think about earthing out. What does this show on my chat? Oh, it's small. Okay, okay. If I saw that huge in my chat overlay, your... Oh my god. Moon 2 Prego. Oh my god. What's up, bro? Don't be telling me it's mine. I played Holy Priest, so Holy Priest didn't get any changes or anything, Jesse. Seems like some of the beta changes went in, some of them didn't, from what I can tell. DJ Adam, thanks so much for the new sub, dude. W. There are only 2 kinds of men in this world: those who fear the day they may have to fight a home intruder while naked, and those who intend to. Ooh, well said. Yeah, angel form still counts as a death. Yep. Have any pets? Nah. Chat's enough responsibility. No, I'll probably end up getting a cat at some point. Yo, thanks for the heart, Julie. Be your pet? Not the first offer. Not the first time I've gotten that offer. Top me, please. What do you bring to the table, Clutch? Yeah, I use big wigs. I think you'd probably be on like the top of my list for like who an incarnate would be a good roommate. I'd have that on pretty high. Can I? Well, in fact. Who's the THD of a raid team? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Sit in my room, play games all day, and only occasionally yell. W. I think H Valley's gonna perform well, Jesse, but I don't think the gameplay's that fun. Yeah. I don't know. Whenever the day comes where I'm able to get a house, I definitely will want to get a roommate. Make that mortgage a little easier. So, I actually have no idea, Apothecary, because I just heal. I just heal, so. Is it like not showing up or what? Because can't you set it to load by spec? Where are we going? We went to the left. It's like un-American. All right, there we go. It's like upside down land. Ask if these guys are Australian. You'll move in. I feel like you'd be pretty responsible. Yeah. I feel like you'd be pretty responsible. Live. All right. Dude, I know it's so bad. One last go. It's so bad, man. I even started adding tags to my stream for like, I don't know, some strange reason if maybe somebody searches or uses any of that. I was like, we can get out of the clogged feed a classic. All right, actually, all right, party poopers. Yeah, still use Dander's frames, Jacqueline. Yeah. Room with the disc balancer, make them killer breakfast every morning. I don't know, if I lived with the disc balancer and disc was bad, I would not be doing them favors. I would not be making them breakfast. I'd be waking them up somehow, but it would not be to fresh breakfast. Look what you did to my spec, bro. Look at this. Oh, we love some crockpot meals. They don't want to have separate categories for retail and classic, man. Unfortunately. Wish they would. We have a nice little classic quarantine zone. I would never in some. I would never. I started playing WoW in Cataclysm around the time that Dragon Soul came out. Because that's when my roommate got me into it. And he started raiding with his old guilds in Dragon Soul for a little bit. And then I leveled up. And then they brought me to Firelands clears to like teach me how to raid and stuff. Yeah, that's right, Russ. Ready to get drinks for mana? Open your boxes that are in your bags. And that gives you water. Shielding, go to your test menu in Dander's frames. If you want to just hit me with like a check, I can just explain it. And then I can just walk you through it. Alright, in your test menu, click on the word absorbs that appears. When you click on the word absorb, it will take you to the absorb menu, and it's at the top option. And then you have a couple different ways to display it. You see there's these white bars that are above everyone, like Gato right there on the right. The way I have mine set up, which is of course the objective right way that only everybody should do, it shows a floating bar above their health. And you can kind of scale it above their health, or you could always attach it to the bar with overflow, so that way you can see the over shield value if it exists. There's one setting there, which is like the default UI, where you can't see an overshield, and I would not recommend having that one. But you want to have the test menu going, and you want to have the absorb thing checked, because then you can see exactly how it's going to look while you're designing it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome in, Russ. Let's just channel him. Let's just channel him. What would top the Bruisaur mount? Wondering what the next $180 mount would be. Ooh. So you know what the endeavors are right now? Here's what they would do. You know the endeavors for player housing and stuff? The whole gist of it is there are these like short-term vendors with the endeavors. Okay. What they should do instead is they should make a $180 mount that sells the decor from those vendors, but it sells them all the time and it always rotates. And that's the only way to get it is from that mount. Yeah, that'll make them some money. That'll make them some big money. Giant turtle mount that is a mini interactable version of your house. There you go. There you go. That's evil? Yeah, well, you know. Blizzard is evil. What do you expect? You had Bobby Kotick running it, and now, you know, you have Bill Gates running it. And like... some evil people in this world. That would be lit? Yeah, exactly. That happens with posting. You cannot be posting Throbbing Robins in here. Did you get burned too much? You're red to me, or is the stress from playing disc? Lol, JK. No, I have rosacea, which is like it makes your cheeks red. Yeah. What's the coaching channel on my Discord? It's for people who want to have like a dedicated text channel to ask me questions and send me logs and stuff to review. Yeah. So the coaching channel, they just like open up a ticket. And then when they open up a ticket, they get like a one-on-one chat. And then they send me logs and do all that stuff. Yeah. No, I mean, we can do whatever. As long as it's something I know about. You know, sometimes people ask me questions about like healers I don't play in raids. And like, I won't know the exact perfect way to play it, but I'll know how to like do the research, you know? But I have a whole write-up on it in my Patreon if anybody's interested in coaching. I think I have a command in here in my chat. There you go. Yeah, for tier 3 subs and the bishop rank on Patreon. So I don't do any like one-on-one calls. I just do like the text channels because scheduling is really rough. It's really rough. Archon for Holy Priest, yeah. Archon for Holy Priest. Yeah. I'm going to get some food. Be hungry. Yeah, read up on all the stuff in the Patreon, MG, as well. It has all the info and everything that's going on. What context am I referring to when I say a class and spec will perform? Well, super high-end content, super sweaty stuff. If you're just a good healer player, you could play whatever you want, and you'll be fine. If you're like... Oh, if you're like a new player, MG, I'd highly recommend that you just check out my new player playlist on YouTube because it has a lot of info, and usually for newer players, I give them more like homework than like hands-on stuff. So you probably could learn an insane amount if you just go to my YouTube, go to the playlists. Actually, it's right here. It's the new player guides right here. I'm going to remake this video, but like 90% of this is still up to date. How to use Warcraft logs is how you do a lot of research. The top websites show you a billion different things to make things easy. How you set up your keybinds, how you sim your healer for good gear. How do you heal pugs effectively? I'll probably remake that video too, but 90% is probably still up to date. This health is a resource one. Nobody watched, but I think it actually gives you a lot of info on like how you predict damage, but it's more of an advanced video. What up, Cuddy? Yeah. These affixes are all up to date because they didn't change any of those. Yeah. Sounds like a lot of work. You just spoon it into you for a price. Yeah, if you want to pay for the coaching rank on Patreon, I can go tell you to watch these videos. Or you could save yourself some money and you could go check them out. Up to you. But yeah, if you were like a brand new player, I think you are better off saving your money. I think you're better off just saving your money. And oh. Huh. Worst businessman ever? I know. I know. Yeah, that'll get you like into a pretty good spot though. And then we're gonna have another repeat of dungeon guides, raid guides, all that kind of stuff. Coming soon. Yeah, a long game. You're gonna get better value. And like I think it's more interesting covering advanced topics in coaching. I think it's a lot more fun. You know? I made a video about it already, Dooman. Yep. Void Weaver got buffed. Void Weaver got buffed. Builds the demand? Yeah, I mean... yeah, I guess. A UI setup? Thanks, Bilbo. I also know I'm going to be busy. With a race coming around. And I don't want to be like, hey, go watch this guide. That'll answer, 70% of your questions. Yep. Busy how? There's a lot to do. A new season comes out. A lot of dungeons to do. A lot of raids to do. I talk about them sometimes. We'll see. Deal with recent Blizzard changes. True. That's facts. Still an N+ enjoyer and doing 20s feels like mana hell. Am I doing something wrong? What are you playing as, Froggy? Well, we know the dates for the race, but I haven't seen anybody announce any casters. Haven't seen any of that. Let's announce him now. Oh. Do it like again, right? Right? Because I'm depending on this, so I don't know. Maybe. Nah, weak orders are gone, Mr. Cray. I'm using better cooldown manager. Solid way to find guilds outside the in-game finder. I think it's Buns. There's like a recruitment Discord. There's like a recruitment Discord. I didn't sign any NDAs. I'm using Dander's frames, Manta. Tell us? Tell you what? Tell you what? What do you mean? If I was hypothetically casting something, it wouldn't be mine to tell. You know? If I hypothetically worked somewhere, then I'd hypothetically have to wait for them to announce if I was working somewhere. You know? Been watching your YouTube for years. How do I still look the same age? I don't know, man. I'm a vampire. That actually kind of slap, honestly. Getting up early and like having like a consistent schedule and stuff is the poop. It'd be kind of cool to be a vampire, I'm not gonna lie. Yep. I know sleep would destroy. Yeah, actually it would. It would be pretty fire not having to sleep. Keeps looking young because the zinc. True. Take the zinc. Got the. How much was this? The 50 milligrams a day. That's right, Squid. Disc is only defensive penanceing. I did it earlier today on stream too. Super fun. Prediction for changes. I feel like Paladins will win, and they probably will not have like Empyrean Legacy stay dead. I think they'll revert part of it. Started zinking because of you, and now I have to do so much more laundry. Oh man. What about the hair loss side effect? I've been taking zinc for 4 to 6 months. I haven't lost any hair. I hear people talk about that with creatine too. And I've been taking creatine for like 2 years. And I haven't lost any hair. Yeah. I think EQOL, Enhanced Quality of Life, puts a cross on your character, Sunset, I think. Yeah, I think Weak Orders is gone, Julie. Well, like, it just won't work in combat. Why zinc? If you know, Vaco, you know. Sorry, I can't expend extra secrets if you're not in the know, you know? I've never taken zinc and lost all my hair. Am I repping on squat, deadlift, bench? I do 55-pound dumbbells in each hand for Romanian deadlifts. I don't do like the full bar deadlift. My squats, I've gotten to 225 for 5 for 2 sets. Yeah, it's been my best. Best frames right now are Dander's frames. My bench is the worst. It's like 155 at best. Yeah. A lot of supplements are BS, but I like testing them out. The ones that have worked the best for me have been fish oil, zinc, just a multivitamin, and magnesium before bed. But I've tried a bunch of different stuff. I'm trying like taurine right now, and I don't really think I can tell the difference. I did like a B12, and I didn't really notice any difference either. I'm trying ashwagandha now too. I'm doing like an ashwagandha and magnesium, like chewy gummy. Yeah. Yep. Niacin for the zoomies. I think that's in my pre-workout. Minnie, thanks for the new sub. Oh yeah, I eat a lot of meat, so I guess I'm good on the B12 then. Oh, you mean the BS of losing hair from creatine? Yeah. I know people say that. People say there's all kinds of like nasty side effects or something, and I've been taking it for like 2 years. Actually, that's what I'm doing now. is I'm experimenting with creatine maxing. And so they tell you to take 5 milligrams, and now I'm taking 20 a day. And like, it's still like a week in, but I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. Rambog, thanks for the prime. Yeah. We'll keep on reporting. Mad Skills is joining in on the diss propaganda. Good. Good. Need more pro diss priest propaganda. The playstyles that are fun are getting nerfed. Let's see. Cause I got your picture. I'm coming with you, dear Maria. Count me in. What was it? Getting high off the creatine? No, it's supposed to like help your brain if you take like 15 to 20 grams of creatine a day. It's supposed to help your brain. Yeah, I'm taking 20, and I'm experimenting with that. Racial meta, Night Elf, Shadow Meld, or Dwarf. Those are the big ones. Yeah. So this is beta, Dan Diddy. Yep. Yep. I heard about that too, Halil. There's apparently a lot of studies coming out about like preventing dementia and Alzheimer's and things like that. It's very interesting. Yeah. Latest 2 videos, he called Blizzard out for pushing Diss towards a boring playstyle and over nerfing. Let's fucking go. Well, hopefully Blizzard listens, you know? Nah, Disc is actually just a pain in the ass, you know? Only on 5 milligrams, I can tell a difference in midday fatigue. Yeah, I think in general, like creatine's like one of the best supplements you could possibly take, even if you're not working out. Yeah. You can swap off coffee, soda, caffeine, replace with black tea. I think it's the theanine coffee, yeah. Yeah. Because I really have been enjoying drinking tea more. And there are these really good Texas teas that are like 0 sugar, and they have like a little hint of like mint. It's like mint and black tea, and it's so good. It tastes so good. But they don't sell like pitchers of it. It's all like singles. And like, yeah, but I don't really want to spend like $2 or $3 a bottle, you know, and get that all the time. So I might just get like some standard like black tea from the grocery store.
So Jack, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. We're having a great day. We're a good day haver. Thanks for the 38 months, Jeff. How'd I get sugars in tea? Oh yeah, it was like a bottled thing with just like a little bit of mint, you know. Yeah, but I might just buy like those massive pitchers of unsweet tea. And I don't know, put some peppermint leaves in them or something like that. Maybe put a couple lemons in there. I don't know. I like coffee. I mean, I love the taste of black coffee. I don't know. I just enjoy the taste. But yeah. You don't take creatine for a few days before you have any blood tests? Why's that? I know, but he can't rebrand at this point, Arlen. He can't rename at this point. This Disput got ruined in Shadowlands. Miss WoW. Someday I'll retire, play again. We all pray for that day, Michael. New expansion's coming soon. Oh yeah, I don't really like brew my own tea. I brew my own cold brew though, and that's good. Yeah. I'm a doctor, I leave work, you're talking about studies, never arrest? Oh, don't worry, I'm very misinformed, so. I'm like, you know, I'll scroll Twitter and be like, oh, there's some study that says this, and I'm like, oh, cool, neat. And then I don't, and I read like the abstract, and then I move on. Pushing 2021 on retail during pre-patch, but the health bars feel spiky, sweating my ass. While on Druid, I'm absolutely chilling. Is that just pre-patch? Yeah. Pre-patch is weird because you're at like max power levels, and of course, you know, you keep pushing keys infinitely until you're getting to difficult levels, and then it spikes you like crazy. But you're gonna find that the game slows down, you know, when you go into the next expansion. It slows down, and when you're in like, you know, normal raid gear or something like that, and you're doing 10s and 12s, it's not gonna be that spiky. Compared to pre-patch and stuff right now, which compared to Season 3, it's not gonna be that spiky. Yeah. And that's going to be, I think the average player is going to have a really good time healing in midnight because the damage is going to slow down. There's a lot more unavoidable damage that's always going to happen no matter what. That like, hey, I watch this mob, it's going to do damage. Like, watch for it, and you do. You learn it. It'll get easy. You know. Oh yeah, I'm 100% vibe casting PIs. Yep. New Fellowship Healer looks insane. Does the need for the midnight content wave keep you from fellowing your ship? No, I'm going to play it on... I'm going to do like Thursday and Friday play Fellowship. Try to like stream with other streamers and stuff. And then after that, we'll see. You know? But I'm kind of ahead of where I want to be with a lot of my... I'm kind of ahead of where I want to be with a lot of my content for YouTube and for stream. Where like I have 3 different editors I'm working with. I got to get one of them some more assignments soon. I'm working with 3 different editors, working on dungeon guides, these updates. You know, I'll have a Aona video, and I got a guy working on shorts. So like whenever I'm not streaming, I'm working on that stuff. I'm probably going to do some more of that tonight. And I'm going to not stream tomorrow. And then we'll work on more content too. It's going away soon, Pierre. I like Dander's frames right now, Schwinsta. I'll test Cell when it comes out, but who knows when it's going to come out, you know? Doing great, man. How you doing? I was kind of ruined with the changes. All classes feel useless and easy, no effort. No, but they're definitely screwing some classes over. Thank you, Halil. We got lots of plans. Desperate Times is a good node on progression rating, but there's a lot of good talents for progression rating. 1, you got to get Divine Image because that's with your tier set. Ultimate Serenity does excellent healing in raids. I know it doesn't seem like it will, but it does excellent healing in raids. And now Prayer of Healing is a very legitimately powerful button. And it's more efficient with Lightweaver and more efficient with Spirit Well, which allows your Surge of Light procs to be used with Prayer of Healing. So it's not at all that Desperate Times is bad. It's just that there's a lot of good choices. And that's constantly what Holy Priest has to play against, is multiple good choices in your trees. Yep. So just because the talent's not taken for Holy Priest doesn't mean it's bad. It usually just means that there's like a slightly better option. The Battle Res tracker is Method Raid Tools. Yeah. I think there's some healers, Unreal, you know, that are boring. I think Shaman's boring. But I'd say most of the other healers have fun gameplay, fun play styles. I hope they don't destroy Holy Paladins, for example. But I'm excited about healing. Like there's always more difficulty that comes around with healing. It looks like Paladin's going towards a more caster-centric playstyle, yeah. But I have a feeling that Paladins are going to win another round and they're going to get Empyrean Legacy like slightly unnerfed or something like that, you know? I think they're going to find some kind of way to get you using it again. Yeah. Raiding guild that you were in did very well. Do you think you can gain a few more ranks at midnight? I think we're kind of at a point where we want to like sustain our rank. Our like guild and our guild environment has plenty of excellent players, but they also don't want to like super play ultra sweaty. Like people want to, you know, go in, learn most of the fights just by doing them and get good ranks. You know, go in, work hard at that time, get good ranks. In order to like get better and better and better ranks, like the highest I ever was like world 12th. And you have to play a lot outside of raid. You have to practice a lot outside of raid. You have to do a lot more keys, you know. Most of my guilds are like not M+ gamers. They don't really like doing M+. They don't particularly care about it. They want to prog raid. They want to get in, do some sales, and they kind of want to play other games, do other projects, you know, whatever it might be. So are we capable of it? Yeah. But also our environment, our culture isn't like, let's go super sweaty. You know, if somebody's got like an IRL issue, someone's got a family issue, you know, like, okay, it's fine. You know, we're not gonna like lob you. We're not gonna just throw you out. You know, we have a lot of like retired raiders that help us with splits, and we also help them get their like raid mounts whenever we don't have sales for a week or something like that. or a buyer fell through, we get our retired raiders their mounts. So, yeah. Yeah, you bet, John. Welcome in, man. Mythic ratings, we have 1 dragon, 1 druid, 1 shaman. So what I have to pick, priest or pally? Whatever you think you're going to enjoy more, Pawn. Whatever you think you're going to enjoy more. Because, yeah, there's going to be stuff for, like, world first and everything like that. But I think the meta matters the least in rating for healers. Because there are so few really, really good healers. And there's so much that you can do to improve your skill as a healer. So, especially in a raid. You know? We call M+ mini games for WoW in my guild. Yeah, a lot of my guildies say that too. Yeah. You could definitely do that as Prez, Tom. You definitely could, man. Doing better than top 20 is basically doing at least 70 hours of work. Or 70 hours of WoW every day from release to clearing. Yeah, we finished what? World 39th? What did we say earlier? Let's see. Incarnate. Incarnate. Tachondrius. We were world 37th for Mana Forge Omega. Yeah. And so it's like, if you want to go any higher, you just got to like put in a bunch of extra work and kind of change the like culture of the team, things like that, you know? Yeah. We're cooking builds. We're build cooking, trying out different builds. The things I like about WoW, you can still enjoy the game at your own individual pace if you want and still have fun. We're an AOTC only guild, it's perfect. Yeah, exactly. M+ isn't a mini game. Game implies fun and mini implies small time investment. You have to spend more time doing the silly, no fun side content than the actual fun stuff to get gear to do the actual fun stuff. See? Yeah, there would be an exodus from the guild if we tried to like, let's sweat it up, guys, and try to get top 20 world or anything like that, you know? Yeah, there'd be an exodus. Like, we had one season, Clutch, you remember when Sock was bragging about his IO? One of our guildies pulled up his IO and was bragging about how low his IO was because he had 10s and everything and he never did any 11s. And he didn't try to like +2 any 10s or anything like that. He went in, just got his 10s, just got his weeklies. It was done. You know? Can't get in a group that doesn't quit at a death for learning. At higher IO than you. Best overall healer for raids looks like Prez. Yeah. He had a couple of 9s. Let's go. Let's go. Shadowman does not proc Divine Aegis, Faria. I was actually talking to Clandon about that, and it does not proc Divine Aegis, doesn't work with Inner Focus, it doesn't work with a bunch of stuff. Doesn't work with Binding Heals. There's a ton of stuff going on that it doesn't work with. Yeah. It's a bit of a mess. Yeah. But yeah, TLDR on like being a healer, like if you're just a good healer player, you'll get into better guilds. Yeah. Guy in your guild used to pay for M+ boosts and then boast about his IO. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had people who, when boosting communities were still a thing, they would buy boosts for themselves so that they could boost higher level dungeons. And most of the time, the people who were boosting higher level dungeons, you know, were phenomenal players. And so they could get away with carrying this guy and carrying the buyer. And it worked up until it didn't. And he got caught out basically for just being a buyer who got into sales to better feed the loop. Yeah. Debuff absorbs. You pull up the absorb menu. Yeah, hit the test button. You had the highest Sanguine Depths run in Shadowlands week 1. Whoo! That's a big dog. You have the heal absorbs right there. And I set mine to a bar color and a normal blend that's attached to the health bar. And then it appears like that. Sometimes your key stays at 10 for a while because I suck. That's not the goal. Especially not brag worthy. Yeah. It's different for everybody. Buff disc, Orto. Facts. Buff disc. Not for pre-patch, Cray. Wowhead should, though. Wowhead should. Real question, is H probably really still second best in M+? Yeah, I mean, who else would it be, is my thing, Strax. It's like, Monk's pretty good in terms of his healing, but Brewmaster's still a better, Monk to bring. Shaman has solid healing, but I don't think it has elite levels of healing. I think Holy Paladin is still going to have really strong healing, even if the gameplay sucks. So, I assume the build's going to be tomorrow. That's what I'm going to take tomorrow off and just work on videos. Yeah. All the UI stuff is on the Wago, Halil. All the UI stuff's right there. Yep. Trust Wowhead. You can trust Wowhead. I write for Wowhead, Cray. Just not for Paladins. Just not for Paladins. That guy's good? He is. He's very, very good. He knows lots of things. He's very smart. Yeah. I appreciate you, Cray. I'm going to work on videos to detect a huge spike in healer balance wing activity at Blizzard HQ. That's facts, man. But the nice thing is that people keep on watching the new videos and I have to course correct. That's always the nice thing. What would suck is if nobody watched like the follow-up video and I'm like, that I have to like, Oh, they may not have, Cray. I won't lie, my like pre-patch guide writing pash is not very high, and I imagine the other writers isn't, because so much stuff changes. Oh, it's okay except for their tier list? Wait, which one? Because I write the M+ tier list. And I just turned that in to my boss last week. It'd be pretty funny for someone to complain about the priest guides to you, not know that you're the writer, and they would say stuff like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. So now somebody's going to make an account, Rye, and do just that. Now somebody's just going to do that. Yo, what up, Lorthium? Old-time healer looking to return to healing at midnight. Videos really helping you pick where to land. Let's go, dude. Welcome in. Oh, dude, I know what the deal is with the articles and having bad links, because they change the formatting all the time. And so sometimes what you have to do as a writer is you have to like enter in a specific code ID, and other times you have it automatically change for you. It's really, really weird. Usually Wednesdays define. Usually. But yeah, who knows? Sounds like a good plan to me, Lorth. That sounds like a good plan to me, man. Level 80 Dragon, but I haven't touched them since Season 1, so may need to look at their healing kit for Raid, because they're strong. Yes! Dragon's really, really strong right now. It's really, really strong right now for Raid. Places the phrase tier list with Tettle's list. That's good brand management, I really hope that they change the Pally stuff, Strax. We'll see, man. I have hope. I have faith. And I have a hunger that I need to go get some food, okay? So I'm going to end the stream and wrap it up for now. But I will not be back tomorrow. Because I'll be working on some videos. And Thursday, we're going to be doing some fellowshipping. So we'll probably have at least 2 days of fellowship, Thursday and Friday. No guarantees for Saturday. We'll see how, people are enjoying the content. If they're not enjoying it, I don't expect it to be a long-term fellowship trip. but it'll probably be maybe 2 to 5 days, something like that, at most. And then we'll kind of hop back into WoW stuff and get ready for launch as well. I don't, AM. If the changes go through for beta and everything, I'll probably have Saturday or Monday. I'll mess around with new H-Pally builds and kind of see where it's at. That's probably something around the timeline where I'd start messing around with other stuff. But we'll see. It's definitely on like the list, you know? It's definitely on the list. But yeah, have a great night, guys. Thanks for all the love today. Go say what's up to Dorky, and I will be back Thursday morning early for some Fellowship gaming. And if that's not your cup of tea, probably be back with some WoW stuff on like Saturday or Monday coming up. All right, take it easy, guys. Have a great week.